Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll so that we can establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby? Here. Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris? Here. Councilmember Hanson? Here. Councilmember Carr? Here. Councilmember Jennings? Here. Councilmember Guerra? Here. Councilmember Schneer? Here. And Mayor Steinberg.
Here. A quorum has been established. Would everyone please rise? I'd ask former council member Rob Fong to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Does he know it?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon, everyone. We do have two lead items on tonight's agenda. One is the local hiring workforce issue. The other is the update on the Pathways to Health and Home program, which is a short oral report. I think we're going to take that one first after the special presentations. Without objection, let's first turn it over to Vice Mayor Hanson to recognize the city breweries. 2018 California State Fair Award winners. No samples, please. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think samples would be in order, but just not in the chamber tonight if you want to visit the breweries themselves. Our region performed really well this year at the State Fair. A quarter of the winners were from the Sacramento region. And tonight we're going to recognize those winners who are from the city of Sacramento, where we have a growing craft beer scene that's providing jobs and helping support our economy. But also, I think many of you know that we have a history long before, and we talked about this morning, Mayor, long before now in beer, when Captain Roostaller created his namesake beer at what is now the home of the Sacramento Bee, with the Roostaller Brewing Company, which later went away. So tonight we've got 5 breweries here, 3 from District 4, 1 from District 3, and 1 from District 6. So I'll recognize all the people, and maybe the members from those areas would be willing to say a few words about the breweries in their district. So if Big Stump Brewing is here, Alex and Larissa Larrabee, please come down. New Helvetia Brewing, David Gall and Ivor Johnson, come on down. And then Urban Roots, doesn't look like Rob Archie's able to join us, but he is a Sacramento legend himself because of Pangea in District 5, and now Urban Roots in my district. We also have Porchlight Brewing with John Prather, which is in District 3, and then Device Brewing, Ken Anthony in District 6. Come to the podium. It'd be great for, come down to the podium, no, go to the podium first, and then we'll do a photo maybe with the mayor and the council members. But tell us about your entries real quick and about the State Fair.
Alex Larrabee, Big Stump Brewing Company, District 4. We won 2 silver medals this year, one for our P&Q Pilsner, which is a Czech-style lager, and then also for a Raspberry Goza, which is a sour-style beer. We're Brew Pub 1716 L Street, right in Midtown, and now we're the oldest continually operating brewery on the grid. So proud about that, yeah.
Congratulations. David?
Hi.
Yeah.
My name is David Gull. I'm the founder of New Helvetia Brewing. I got to contest that because I think Broadway is on the grid, and we've been there a lot longer than you have. But we took home a silver medal for was it a collaboration with another local business, Temple Coffee, in the coffee beer category. So we kind of brought together 2 businesses for that.
What was it called?
Which one was this one?
Mystery Airship 4 is a Temple Cascara.
Speak in the mic if you would, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Mystery Airship 4, Temple Cascara Golden Ale was the name of the beer. We have it on pretty regularly at our tap room at 18th and Broadway.
Awesome. Congratulations, David and team.
John Fraser.
Yes, from Porchlight Brewing Company. How's it going?
Tell us about your gold medal.
Well, we won gold for in the New England IPA category, which is a new category as of the last couple of years. We had an Imperial Northeast. We called it the All Haze is Not Created Equal. It was about 9%. It was a pretty big beer, and it won gold in that category, which is amazing. We also had 2 silvers. We had a silver in the double triple IPA category for our Hard Knocks double IPA, and a beer that I was really proud of as a brewer was called the GTFO. It was an export Helles lager. It's just a nice, clean, classic German lager. It got silver for Pale European beer, and we're not even to our first year anniversary, so it was pretty nice to do that.
It's a great accomplishment. I just want to thank you. I've had all of those beers, and admittedly in profusion at times. They're really good.
Good.
And
I haven't seen you in there, but I'm glad you had it.
definitely worth the gold medal.
Makes me happy.
Thanks for your efforts.
Put a lot of work into those beers.
Different
so
when
I'm glad
he's
people
at the
like 'em.
brewery. Mr. Guerra, I don't know if you want to say anything about Device.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to say that, District 6, obviously the center of manufacturing, manufactures some of the best brews out there, and proud to have Device out there, but also we have New Glory and Big Sexy that are making some waves out there, but proud to have a lot of our local folks there who are enriching part of the manufacturing in Sacramento.
And while Rob Archie's not here, Urban Roots is at 14th and 14th and V, and is a brand new addition to the grid and really wonderful coming out of the gate, a strong winner at the State Fair.
Sir. You on?
Thank you. Just very quickly, Device Brewery, which is in District 6, did such a great job in District 6 that we made sure that they added a second location to District 7, +1.
And District 4, they have a new tap room at Ice Blocks.
Okay. So just wanted to give them their credit as well.
They're the beer capital of Sacramento.
Yeah.
So this is a really important part of building a new economic base in Sacramento, and we thank you for taking the risk and for getting involved and being the forefront of something really special. Terrific. Thank you, council members.
And fun. Mayor, do you want to join us for a photo down?
Happy to. Absolutely.
Eric?
Thank you. Now I'm picture ready.
Big stomp.
I'm a super fancy, so Anthony everybody likes super fancy. I will take four flights on that opportunity. Yeah, right?
Mayor loves beer.
Can't do that, can we?
Mayor, I just want to note that we'll be done around 9:30, guys, so samples welcome.
Yes. Very good. We have one more presentation tonight. I turn it over to Councilmember Guerra, who's worked, this is actually, it's always significant, but worked tirelessly to try to recognize all the important diverse elements of our community. And tonight we recognize Italian Heritage Day. Eric?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If I could ask Bill Cerruti, Marcos Cerruti, and Steve Maviglio, I think Steve might be in traffic right now, to come up to the podium. But today is the second part of a great conversation that we've had over the last year or so on this issue. Earlier, if you remember, we recognized the Indigenous Peoples Day, and I've got to say that the leadership of Mr. Cerruti and our community came to a way to recognize another aspect of our city that comes from the inception of our cityhood here. And the second part of this is recognizing Italian American Heritage Day. Since the beginning of our cityhood here, the Italian Americans were part of the largest wave of folks who settled out here. And it was through the leadership of Mr. Cerruti and the conversations with Mr. Maviglio and also Fabrizio Sasso who could not be here today. But we came to a way to recognize both cultures, make sure that we identify how diverse our city is, and also, learn a little bit about that history, and to talk a little bit about that history of Italian Americans that basically moved into the Folsom Boulevard area that both Councilmember Harris and I represent, is Bill Cerruti and his son Marcos Cerruti.
Welcome to both of you, and
you.
thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Cerruti.
I'm Bill Cerruti. I'm director of the Italian Cultural Society of Sacramento. And we're a large organization, one of many in Sacramento. And our organization, is part of a large and well-established Italian community here. I was looking up a few stats, and the Italian community of Sacramento is 66,000. I was pretty impressed by that. Our community is very active and vibrant, and we do a lot of activity in the community and programs that enrich the entire Sacramento community. So we're very proud to be here today and thank the City Council for recognizing Italian American Heritage Day. It's really special to us. It's a time when we will celebrate our contributions, and hopefully you'll all join us in our festivities. And we even offer tours of Italy, so if you want to go with us, you're welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Very, very important.
Marcos.
Hi, my name is Marcos Cerruti. I want to thank the City Council for the recognition of Italian American Day. I, as a young Italian American, have had a really, understanding of my identity and heritage thanks to my immigrant mother and father. And not everybody has that ability to understand where they come from, so it's very important that we are able to celebrate our Italian American heritage. And what is taught and celebrated and recognized in education is consequently valued in society. And the importance of Italian American Day is to be observed and celebrated here in the schools, so everybody has feels that they have a place in the community, and that Italian Americans have their place in the history books. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we have a small little resolution here, but I think Councilmember Harris has some comments to make before we speak a little bit about the resolution.
Councilmember Harris.
Just a brief comment. I lived next to a man named Tony Scalora for 25 years, and probably had the deepest relationship with that man that I've ever had with anybody. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge. He grew up here in Sacramento. He gave a lot for his country. Probably one of the best people I've ever met, and taught me a lot about Italy and Sicily in particular, Italian culture and heritage. I think that our Italian community is very strong, certainly in East Sacramento. There's quite an enclave there. And I just wanted to congratulate you. I think this is great to celebrate Italian Cultural Heritage Day. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and like many immigrants who came here to the United States, the Italian American community was no stranger to persecution, to the questions about their religion, and also struggled to earn their place in the community. And it was through hard work and perseverance that they've been founders in this, and a lot of what we've seen in Sacramento. So I'm just going to read a couple pieces here of the resolution because I think they talk about that. And I do have to say that my first trip to Italy, I fell in love with the Italian culture, and the Italian American Society here provide a lot of that little bit of experience in Sacramento. So whereas Italian Americans settled in many parts of Sacramento, the largest concentration settled in East Sacramento, where they established their own historic Little Italy neighborhood. To this day, many Italian Americans live and operate businesses in the area. The Italian community of Sacramento continues to be active and vibrant with Italian organizations, cultural centers serving the need of the community. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council recognizes the second Monday of October as Italian American Day. Be it further resolved that the City of Sacramento observes this day and encourages the celebration of Italian American Day and the Italian American community, encouraging to study Italian American experiences in the city's public schools on Italian American Day as well.
Excellent.
Well, thank you very much. Big round of applause. Do you want to?
If I may, I'd like to recognize that some of our folk dancers are here. in costume. Is it okay if they also come up to the podium? Come on, girl.
That's absolutely okay. Yeah. Wow. Oh, sorry.
Okay, members, without objection, we're going to first take up the verbal report, which should only take a few minutes, on whole person care. I've asked that this be agendized. I'd like to ask Emily Halkin, our Homeless Services Coordinator, to come on up and present. We've had a lot of discussion, frankly, a lot of public discussion, appropriately, about the success of the Railroad Avenue Triage Center. Not nearly as much on the $64 million initiative, which began formally on May the 1st around whole person care, which is essentially our outreach component of the homeless effort. And so I will readily acknowledge as the mayor, you'll hear tonight some very good news. Big numbers, a lot of people getting helped, and I will readily acknowledge as the mayor that we are far from done. But I hope what tonight's report demonstrates is what is possible if we continue to invest in what we know works. With that, I turn it over to Emily. I'll do it in a minute. Okay?
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. As the mayor said, tonight I'm here just to give you a quick update on the city's Pathways to Health and Home program. Since I can't believe it, but we officially started standing this program up just over a year ago. As you know, Pathways is the city's implementation of the state's whole person care program that allows us over 4.5 years to access up to $32 million in matching federal funding when we provide services to those medically fragile populations and produce some outcomes showing a reduction in use of emergency services, reduced calls for service from the fire and police, and also, most important to us, increased housing stability. So just as some quick reminders, some of these slides will look familiar to you. Who does whole person care serve? As you guys recall, the one required limitation is that the people must be Medi-Cal eligible or Medi-Cal enrolled, and eventually Medi-Cal enrolled. Beyond that, communities were really invited to identify those populations that are most in need in their particular community. And we chose very purposely to focus on those currently experiencing homelessness and those at risk of homelessness. This graphic shows what our commitment to the state has been, that over the course of the 4 years, we will provide almost 7,000 outreach touches or encounters to identify at least 3,200 frequent users of the crisis response system, of which at least 1,600 will be literally homeless. I will footnote that I expect that number to be much, much higher than the minimum. And finally, we have the capacity to add up to 16 new crisis medical respite beds to serve 144 people being discharged from acute care.
Key number, though, 1,600 homeless people. Remember, the point-in-time count was near 3,000 last time, so this effort is not going to cure the problem, but it has the potential to impact at least half of the problem.
Yes.
Thank you.
As a reminder, we were awarded these funds in June of 2017 and immediately started standing up the program. In November of last year, we launched what we called at the time early engagement, which was a limited implementation with just a small number of our partners and a limited referral pathways, focusing primarily in the North Sacramento area in concert with our triage shelter. This really allowed us to establish and refine policies and procedures and to serve some of the most vulnerable folks, unsheltered folks in North Sacramento. Through the early engagement process, which lasted approximately 6 months, we enrolled over 300 clients, all of whom were literally homeless. And then in May of this year, as you'll recall, you approved the contracts with our new partners and expanded some existing contracts to allow us to fully launch the program and get to our intended capacity. With the full launch, we now are taking referrals from a broad array of community partners, and we are serving people throughout the city and even outside of the city into the county. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The full launch includes all these partners listed on this slide, and we certainly intend to add to these. This is not a stagnant program. We are allowed to develop and change as we learn. We have stood up 4 interdisciplinary and intra-agency care coordination hubs. That's what we're calling this conglomeration of service organizations all working collaboratively. At any point in time, each hub will have 5 to 10 different professionals working together to support between 100 and 125 clients. We do intend to add partners over the next months, including adding some additional hub capacity, so we hope to continue to grow this. It is important to us that these teams are very purposely both intra-agency and interdisciplinary. So we have both peer workers as well as professionals with licenses working across different organizations. They are very much expected to and have been doing a great job of serving people where they are. And that might mean actually being a mobile presence and going to the person where they are at in the shelter or on the streets. But it also might just importantly mean serving people who you previously were not serving in your organization or who previously weren't assigned to you. All of the partners have been working together to develop and oversee what we call a care shared plan for each client, which details the care coordination their needs. And I will say that we've asked a lot of our partners in the last 6 to 8 months, and they've all stepped up tremendously, and you're going to hear from a couple of them in just 2 minutes. So currently, as I said, we have 4 of these hubs stood up, and this sort of details who they are and their capacity. There's a lot here. We currently have a capacity to serve up to 500 people. We do have a goal of increasing that to get to 1,000 people. And so in the next few months, I hope to be in front of you with some additional service contracts to do that. You can see that we have 3 of our federally qualified health clinics serving as the hub coordinator. Wellspace Health, Ellica Health, and Sac Native American Health Centers, who is here tonight. And we also have Sacramento Covered, who's also going to talk quite a bit about about what they do. I consider them sort of air traffic control for the program. They are receiving referrals from a variety of community partners. They are confirming eligibility. They are enrolling the client. They are assigning them to Medi-Cal if they aren't already assigned, assigning them a partner, and they remain on board to support the person throughout the process. So how do you get into whole person care? This sort of seems to be it's a little different, and so I want to just be really clear about how referrals are happening. I know I get questions a lot from community members who are concerned and who've heard the great things and want to be able to connect people with this service. In that whole person care or pathways is at its core a Medi-Cal waiver program. The combination of housing instability and medical fragility is critical. Just as important is our goal not to create a wait list of sorts, but to keep manageable caseloads. So unlike traditional outreach programs, referrals to pathways are through partner agencies based on the eligibility of the program and capacity. But there's generally 2 ways that people are getting into whole person care pathways. The first is through our police impact team and the city's fire department. While it looks like they're even chunks, the police and fire have 50% of all of the referrals into pathways. These are all unsheltered folks. These are people who are being referred into us by concerned citizens via 311, via your offices, and our impact team is going out, assessing their vulnerability, and making a direct referral to Sacramento Covered. 100% of these referrals are unsheltered. Starting in May, when we fully launched, we added some other partners who I've clumped into big groups here. Our 4 hospital systems, currently Dignity is making referrals, and UC Davis and Sutter soon will be. The 5 Medi-Cal health plans will be all making referrals. Our community clinics, including those who are partners, and the interim care program, which is a respite program for folks, homeless folks who have been exited from an acute care setting. So while these are not necessarily outreach-based, they are place-based referrals, all of the referrals they are making are from people who entered their premise unsheltered and homeless, and now they are making the connection at the point of contact. We are purposely working with the county, with the other cities throughout the county, with other partners who may not be a financial partner in whole person care to figure out ways to make sure that people throughout the community, regardless of who they're connected to, what health plan they're assigned to, what hospital they happen to go into, what navigator they happen to meet on the street, have access to this program. And so we are while we don't yet have the data to share with you, we have started doing some initial looking at where people are coming from. And we are seeing that even when we first launched, very purposely in North Sacramento, we have folks who have been brought in from virtually every district in the city and even outside of the city. We are going to work on refining that data a little bit more and sharing that with you at the next update, and making some more purposeful connections to our community partners outside of the whole person care family. With that, I wanted to ask 2 of our partners to come and share what they've been doing. First, I wanted to have Britta Guerrera from the Sac Native American Health Clinic come up, and then I'm going to have Jody Norrell from Sacramento Covered share some of the nuanced data.
Wait, are they going to cover the numbers?
Yes, Jody is going to cover the numbers. I'm leaving that
Going to cover
her.
the numbers. Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, good presentation.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Britta Guerrero, and I'm the CEO of the Sacramento Native American Health Center. We started to accept whole patient care referrals from SAC Covered and from other sources in the community on June 1st. So we have been accepting whole person care patients for a total of 82 days, including today. We have enrolled 70 patients thus far. We have 57 who are currently on our Pathways panel who are receiving continuous care. 13 of the patients that were originally assigned to us have been disenrolled because they have now become permanently housed and have been disenrolled from the program. We have 15 also individuals who are in temporary housing, temporary shelters like the VOA. We had 463 appointments for these individuals, all 70, and 55% of those appointments have been kept. If you look at homeless to housed programs across the nation, you're looking at a show rate of about 25%, and where we have started to develop relationships with the patients through SAC Covered, through harm reduction services, and have a 55% show rate, which is impressive. So 256 of those appointments were kept over the last 80 days. There have been some difficulties, but there have been some success, some real successes that we've identified. Patients are finally receiving coordinated medical and behavioral health services for the very first time. We have patients who are receiving psychiatric care for the first time who have been waiting for months and months and months, who have become stable. We've had increased access to transportation, to language access, and to housing. We have coordinated care between multiple agencies. And the shared care plan portal is wonderful. So our behavioral health therapists, our optometrists, our dentists, our case managers, our psychiatric care providers, our housing assistants, and the folks at Sacramento Covered, we're all collectively looking at this coordinated care record. There have been a couple of pain points, and I'm going to share some of those with you because I know it'll be a question. Tracking patients who become housed or do receive shelter, it's become increasingly difficult to track those patients once they're in secure housing. They do move out of the city often, and so getting them back into the health home has proven difficult. Case managers are having a hard time with the show rate, although we have a 55% show rate, making sure that patients are coming in for very critical services like wound care or making it to the outside referral source for specialty care. And accessing specialty care within the managed care networks has proven very difficult for many of these patients who are requiring a very high level of service, such as cardiology, endocrinology. The waits are extensive, and by the time the patients are housed, they still haven't received some of these appointments. Overall, I was very skeptical entering into the whole patient care program, and I have been proven wrong several times, including today, when I had a mom come in and thank us for getting her and her daughter into housing. When they arrived at the health center, they were living in their car. And I am happy to know that this young woman with her child are sleeping safely tonight. So thank you very much for including us in the project.
Thank you for giving us the on-site report here. I know it's just the beginning, and we appreciate it to you and all the people you work with diving right in.
Thank you.
Jody.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening,
Council
Jody.
members. My name is Jody Norell. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health Integration for Sacramento Covered, and in that capacity, we oversee the outreach and enrollment functions, some of the care linkages as part of the Pathways to Health and Home initiative. So I will give you the initial report card, if you will, the numbers, and delve a little bit deeply into additional program enhancements that have occurred since I was in front of you in May, like 3 months ago. So as of today, 638 individuals have been enrolled into the Pathways to Health and Home program. Of those, nearly 40% are 56 years and older. A quarter of them have been housed already through a variety of subsidized and unsubsidized housing arrangements. 45% of them currently reside in the shelter system.
That's in addition to the quarter. So one quarter permanently housed, 45% temporarily sheltered.
Correct.
Okay.
So through the triage shelter, Salvation Army, VOA Span Shelter, 34% of them are currently unsheltered. Of our 638 Pathways enrollees, 65% of them identified that their medical needs were so complex that they required, that doctors have required in-home support services, palliative care, or even hospice care. And it's been a great augmentation having our clinic partners on board to be able to help provide the necessary clinical and behavioral health and primary health care services, obviously, that our folks need, in addition to helping us push along requests for in-home support services, palliative care, and whatnot once we are able to house somebody. 49% of our folks have a current addiction, and 34% of our folks struggle with a mental health condition that, based on clinical presentation and level of functionality, would be eligible for the county mental health plan services. As Britta mentioned, our hub partners, Ellico, WellSpace, and Sac Native American, are providing primary behavioral health care, access to needed medications, specialty referral navigation assistance, transportation, much of the care coordination that's required between the four walls and outside of the four walls. 2 of our 3 partners provide field-based medical and clinical services. In terms of our program enhancements, since my last appearance before you, Methodist Hospital is now a referring partner into Pathways, as well as HealthNet Health Plan. We have additional subsidized housing opportunities for enrollees that have made a tremendous difference in our ability to provide housing support services and placement for our enrollees. The VOA Restart permanent supported housing vouchers and the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which was just released and announced to us on Monday.
What's that? In March of 2017, the council met in joint session with the county asking that 1,700 vouchers be redirected to the homeless. So what happened this past week?
Correct.
Let's make some news here, will you?
I need to stand taller. We were notified that 450 vouchers were available to Pathways enrollees for placement into subsidized housing. And this is a huge, huge win for us. As of Wednesday, so we were notified on Monday, as of Wednesday, we already had 67 applicants that we ran around out in the field, contacted our clinic partners, and obtained the documentation to get them in that pipeline to be able to access that. Those housing choice vouchers.
Excuse me, you remember that painful meeting that went till midnight over at the county chambers back in March? It resulted in the release of 450 vouchers, of which 76 have already been used in a week and a half to house people. Just so you know, the work makes a difference. Go ahead.
Correct. And for our folks who may require a more higher level of care in terms of a permanent supported housing arrangement, the VOA Restart PSH housing opportunity has been a great augment for our folks that require just, more on-site presence and ongoing case management services. Another enhancement underway is our geographic outreach activities with the SAC PD is now extending to include additional areas with upcoming deployment to the K Street downtown area and the X Street area, utilizing hotspotting data provided by the Downtown Partnership. So our community health workers will be deployed alongside SAC PD, city and county mobile health clinicians, and we will deploy out in teams in the coming weeks to hotspot certain areas where folks have been identified that are deeply struggling with addiction, behavioral health, and medical conditions that would require our intervention, and hopefully we'll get their participation in the Pathways program. And lastly, but certainly not least, in terms of our enhancements to the program in the last 3 months, the triage extension shelter, thank you very much to the council, has been allowing our outreach workers to place and serve enrollees within the shelter. Included in those partnerships, particularly in this latest expansion, the County Alcohol and Drug Administration accepted an invitation to place an alcohol and drug assessor out within the shelter to conduct alcohol and drug assessments for us. So I want to thank the county for extending that opportunity and access point to our triage shelter residents. Legal Services of Northern California continued their presence out at the shelter, providing legal services. Social Security Administration, and of course, last but not least, Volunteers of America for being wonderful hosts of the triage shelter. I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce to you tonight Mr. Anthony Moss and Ms. Ramona Jasper, who happen to be graduates of the VOA Triage Shelter and Pathways graduates as well.
Welcome, and Jody, if you can, I'm going to have a couple questions for you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council.
I want to say, wow, I'm here with the mayor. Well, I'm from the North Area shelter. I used to live over there in the North Area, across on the railroad track. And when I heard about the triage shelter, I was totally against it. But once I went in, I was able to go in there with me and my animals, 2 dogs, and I was there for 7 months. And I'm grateful for it, because they helped me. I had a place to go, to be inside, to shower, to eat, to sleep safely. And now I'm housed. I'm in a 4-bedroom house, and I'm loving it. And, I have a long way to go, but I just want to say thank you guys, because I'm on the road to living life. I'm hooked up with Well Space. I'm hooked up with Guest House. I'm hooked up with, they helped me get my Social Security card, my ID, my birth certificate. And I can ask to be, to a better place, because I've been homeless like 30 years in the streets, so.
I would like to thank you guys personally. I would like to thank you personally, from the impact team to everything else. They welcomed us. There were trust issues at first, but everywhere we turned, they were there with open arms. And I'm here to tell you that anyone that's homeless or going through issues, if they follow direction, it's possible.
Well, it's so important that you are willing to have the courage to come forward and just share a little bit with us, because a lot of people wonder, can we really make a dent here? Can we really help people? Is homelessness hopelessness? And you demonstrate that if we turn your story and 638 other stories, according to our great team here, and we stay with it, that we can turn the hundreds into thousands. And that's the goal here. And so we thank you very much, you guys. I've got members who want to ask a couple questions. Jody, if you could come up, I want to ask one question first, if I may. You touched on the integration between whole person care and the Railroad Avenue Triage Shelter. Essentially, the Triage Shelter has become the triage shelter for whole person care. You've enrolled most of the residents of the triage shelter, correct, into whole person care?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The second thing, and you answered it, but I want to highlight it a little bit. The one question everybody asks reasonably in our communities, we hear it here every Tuesday night. When will I see the difference? When will I feel the difference? And so you said something that I want you to expand on just for a moment. And you talk about hot spots.
Mm-hmm.
And working with the impact teams to focus. You mentioned K Street,
Mm-hmm.
and you mentioned under the freeway.
Yes.
So give a little flavor there. What do you mean? Is there going to be specific geographic focus on hot spots? These are the first two. Is this going to be a regular part of what we do to clean up some of the hot spots?
Well, I would hope so. We're further down in the process now. Like I think Emily mentioned, initially when the triage shelter opened, most of our efforts were up in the north area, doing a lot of outreach along the levee and filling the winter triage shelter. Now that the shelter is full and we are working on providing all the services to the folks in that area, we have an opportunity to do what we had always planned on doing, which was targeting certain areas where we've got folks that clearly are struggling with medical complexities and behavioral health complexities that require boots on the ground that are interdisciplinary. And so, I oversee a group of non-licensed workforce, but we will be paired up with additional mental health clinicians, and with the help of the downtown guides and with our SAC PD impact officers, we're going to be able to go down there and offer services and pathways enrollment to the folks that are eligible and wanting. If they're not, then we will continue to go back there. I mean, Pathways was built on the premise of evidence-based practices, and one of those is assertive outreach. So, we might get a no today that could be a yes tomorrow, and we will continue to go back to offer. There's no expiration date on our offer, and I think, Mr. Mayor, you've mentioned this in previous presentations. Sometimes what do we have to offer? That day we might not have something that speaks to what that person is looking for, but the next day we might, and it certainly helps when we have housing opportunities to offer and attach to the help that we're
and more triage.
providing. Absolutely.
So in early September, as I understand it, you and your team are going to make an extensive presentation in collaboration with the PBIDs,
yes,
the business associations that are highly impacted, and they're going to be able to give you input as to where they would like you to focus some of your geographic efforts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, you and your team do heroic work, and I thank you. Let me turn it over to the members. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with that sentiment. Whether it's Sacramento Covered, Native American Health Center, WellSpace, all of our community clinic partners, all of the partners with the county, I think this is an amazing testament to what coordinating the system can do. But what's most touching is the story we heard from our friends who spoke. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your names right at the beginning, but I'm sorry? Ramona and Anthony, you are exactly why we do this work.
Right.
And I was last week at the Downtown Streets team meeting, and for all the men and women here in the room from the trades, who I see a lot of you wearing similar colored t-shirts, it was inspiring to me too to see that same message from people on the Downtown Streets team, people who other folks had believed couldn't perform and had been given up on, but had not given up on themselves. And given a chance, they were an amazing testament to the fact that, and it's what the mayor says, homelessness is not hopelessness, or need not be. And I was just so moved. I've never seen as moving a thing as 30 people in the same room working so hard to prove that they can be more than what people think they are. And Ramona and Anthony, it is truly a miracle to have you with us. Mayor, thank you for championing this. I would like, for some reason I thought Downtown Streets team might be here, but I think we need to do more work with them. I understand that now they're integrated in the Marin Whole Person Care Pilot. When we originally engaged them, they didn't think they could, but I think if there's a way to continue to allow for the Ramonas and Anthonys to come up through the ranks of that program and our whole person care operation, I'd love to do it. And Mr. City Manager, we did reach out to SACOG. Mr. Chenier, my staff talked to yours about some potential matching opportunities through some Caltrans funding that's out there to help with whole person care, or with, sorry, the Downtown Streets team.
It's great.
I'd really like to continue to have more positive stories and see more people bring tears to our eyes just like you guys did tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Jody, I have a question for you as well. Just carrying on about Downtown Streets team, I'd just like to mention that we found some funding through the Confluence program from Regional Sand to continue their contract as they've been working on the American River Parkway. So they are a great outfit, and if they collaborate with Whole Person Care, that's all the better. So I just wanted to ascertain that as we move forward with the county at the North A Street building, the old El Hogar, and do the daytime triage there, will Whole Person Care be part of that program?
I actually came up here. I just want to tell you, Rachel Davidson is here from Downtown Street Team. She was expecting to talk during public comment. I think she's probably caught, but I can go get her. But she was planning to talk in the public comment. But yes, we are looking for other places that services are offered where vulnerable folks are engaged. So I do think talking about how to overlap the services that will be provided at A Street with Whole Person Care is something that we'll be working on, yes.
I think we have our, please come in.
Hello, good evening.
You don't even know what the question is, but answer it, please.
This is Rachel from Downtown Streets.
Rachel, we just been
awesome.
extolling, Vice Mayor Hansen's just been extolling the performance of the Downtown Streets team. And Steve, you had a specifically?
I was just going to say, Rachel, attending your meeting last week, and you missed Ramona and Anthony, but they are exactly what I saw in the 30 people at your meeting. People who hadn't given up on themselves, and with a little opportunity and some people that saw in them what they could be, just could change their lives. And so I just wanted you to talk for a quick second about DST and kind of what you've been able to accomplish, if possible.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, by the way, and thank you for coming. It meant so much to our team members. Well, as you all know, we launched January 24th, actually, and since then we've been able to work with 74 individuals here in Sacramento, 35 of which came to us living unsheltered or in emergency shelter. We've been able to, our team members have been able to provide over 9,000 hours of volunteer service cleaning up debris in the Del Paso area in northern Sacramento around the Winter Triage Shelter on Railroad. They've removed over 78,000 gallons of debris and 563 needles in that time. So we currently have a wait list of 22 individuals. We're hovering at about 20 at every meeting. We've worked with 6 veterans, been able to house 2 of those veterans, which has been an incredible success. Transfer 2 individuals into Mather, and then work with several others, 6 to be specific, on long-term employment. So those 6 folks have not yet reached their 90 days, which is what we kind of hang on and wait for until we officially count them. But we have 2 who will be hitting their 90 days at the end of this month. So we're excited about that.
Great. Thank you so much for rushing here and coming to repeat you. Jeff, are you done?
Thank you very
much. No, I'm
Go ahead, Councilman Harris. Go.
So Emily, can I ask you another question, and perhaps Jody as well? So that's good news about working in the River District, because the River District is very heavily impacted. I just wanted to say that, you know, as you do more outreach with whole person care, it's pretty easy pickings in the River District. You know, there's a tremendous number of people located there, night over night. In fact, I counted more than 60 tents just the other day on one block. So it's a place, Jody, where targeted outreach, I think, would be very lucrative, very fruitful in terms of helping a lot of people quickly. So I just encourage you to keep an eye on the River District. The last thing I wanted to say is that the triage shelter at Railroad Drive has been tremendously successful. And I'm very, very glad that VOA and whole person care are more in lockstep now. They're doing great work together. It's a tremendous alliance. People were skeptical at first about the cost of the shelter, about the efficacy of the shelter. But the fact of the matter is, people like these two over here, Anthony and Ramona, they are the product of that shelter. And this has happened for more than 100 individuals from that shelter so far. People who had been on the streets for many years. People we figured were so service resistant that they were very hard to target. We've dealt with some of the toughest people out there with the biggest array of issues to work through. This kind of effort is very successful, and if we keep our focus and keep after it, we're going to get on top of homelessness in Sacramento. So thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you all very much. Last but not least, Councilmember Carr. Yep, you got
Emily. Jody, you mentioned that almost half of the people that we are contacting have addiction issues. And what types of addictions are you seeing? Well, let me ask it another way. How many of those are opiates? What percentage would be opiate addictions?
Oh, that's a really good question. The highest right now is alcohol. Alcohol dependence is definitely at the top. We haven't broken it out by percentages. I literally just drew down some of the behavioral health numbers in preparation for this presentation. But alcohol, meth, and opiates are the top three. And our clinic partners, all three of which have addiction medicine physicians on site providing medication-assisted treatment, which is sort of the gold standard for alcohol and for opiates, has been an extraordinary lift for us in terms of getting folks that are unsheltered or sheltered into a clinic to be able to receive the medication-assisted treatment that will assist with cravings and help them go through that process over time while they're in the shelter. So that has been, that augmentation to our service delivery system has been unprecedented, given that half of our enrollees struggle with that. Not to mention the behavioral health piece as well, I mean the mental health piece as well. Historically, our field only treats addiction and mental health sequentially. You have to get through one to get another, and it's like that we argue over the chicken and the egg, which really does nothing for the person that is struggling with both that are in front of you. And our FQHC partners are very versed in behavioral health issues and will treat both illnesses concurrently and not waiting for one to resolve for the other to resolve. So
it's alcohol, meth, and opiates in that order. Okay.
Thank you.
And Emily, the way people are getting into this system started with the police. What part does 311 and code enforcement play in getting into this system?
Right, that's a great question. Specifically for whole person care, because half of the referrals are through the impact team, 311 plays a huge part of it because most of the impact team's caseload comes directly from 311. So they respond to constituent calls logged into 311, sometimes from other places, but that is the primary point of entry for the impact team's referrals. For the broader system outside of whole person care, it might not be as precise, but the impact team is connected to other service programs, and so if the folks that they're reaching out to aren't eligible for or interested in whole person care, that would also be a point where the impact team can make a referral to the Veterans Administration or to SAC Steps Forward or to county mental health. So in the city, reporting encampments via 311 remains the best way to help somebody get into a system that isn't quite as coordinated as we'd like it to be yet, but we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to publicly thank, Emily and all her team, but also especially our partners here, Britta and Jody, because I think it's, many folks, when you talk to them in the community, they think it's as easy as just providing housing, but we're dealing with a much more difficult challenge, and I think that the support, both spiritual and also dealing with some of the toughest challenges of addiction, are tough to move forward. And I also wanted just to thank Anthony and Ramona for your courage here to be here today and talk about your experience and how we're moving forward. All around, we've got a long way to go, but even with Britta, when you were mentioning that the show rate was at 55%, I was expecting you to give us even a lower number. I mean, that, when it's a population that's going through some tough times, I mean, that to me shows that we're making progress. So with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And
thank you.
And congratulations on a strong first step forward.
Finally, last but not least, Councilman Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of comments and questions as we look forward. So first of all, thank you. I actually think you can see a difference. I mean, I go by the freeways every day, and it's for the most part, you don't see the numbers of homeless that you did before, and I'm going to attribute that to you. So I just want to say thank you, and the complaints I've gotten from folks in the neighborhoods surrounding those have greatly diminished. So, when I was out there knocking on doors, I said, hopefully by the spring you're going to see a difference. We're in the summer, and I do think you are visibly seeing a difference. So please take that into account. A couple things that are important. One is what I'd like to see in the future. I don't know, Emily, this is probably for you and city manager. As we continue to look for another, let there be light. As we continue to, this is all you guys, so. As we continue to see the results and the impacts of the North Area Shelter, what that's happened with the community. Love to get, I don't want to wait till November to get a report on that, but I know that there were a lot of fears in the community. I think most of those have been alleviated, but how the community has reacted and how the funds that we have put in to mitigate the impacts in the community have been spent and what results they have. I think that's going to be really important. We continue, I know, to look for additional sites for shelters. I know the mayor's looking at some. I'm looking at some in my district, and we had that discussion today. So I think that's going to be really important, because wherever we locate, and we have to locate in one or more places in the city, there's no question about it, you need that facility to move people through. We've seen the importance of that. I think to alleviate some of those fears, we need to have the history and the experience and get that well publicized of what's happened. So that's one request I have. The second thing, and I'm glad Downtown Streets is here, I think that's just a fabulous program. We want to continue to work together on that and hopefully expand and find new dollars. And Mr. Hanson, if we can find a way to include that in the grant opportunity and use some of those funds, that would be great. I think we also need to continue to reach out to our business community who really would value the services that you have. So we talked a little bit, we've kind of dropped the ball on that. I'll take responsibility, but if we can pick that up again, love to have that conversation. And also, I think how we can work with our transportation system to make sure that your folks have transport. We need to increase ridership, so any way we can do it, this is one way that we'll take a look at it. So we'll do that. But I just want to say thank you for all the work. The mayor leaned over and said, we have so many people coming and complaining every week about what we're not doing. These are things that we are doing, and I hope that folks throughout the community, one way or another, will get the message of how much the city is doing and the leadership role that we're actually taking in the state of California for cities in being proactive about this challenge. We know that both financially and morally, this is one of the biggest risks to our community, and we can demonstrate who we are as a city by really proactively getting about that. I know with mayor's leadership and the whole council has made this a priority. Certainly we have spent more time on this, I would say, in the last year to 18 months than any other issue. And it's nice to see the rewards of all of that work finally start to come through. So
Okay,
thank you.
thank you so much. So, Emily, thank you.
Thank you.
Outstanding job that you do. Last word is simply this. We can turn hundreds off the street into thousands. And so while you smell the roses and we celebrate the successes of so many individuals and hundreds of people, we have to keep going because there are more people in need. And I know with this team that we will, under your leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Very briefly, we have the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I do have something to read. I have something to read into the record on item number 8. We need to add section 3 to the resolution, which will read, "The City Council supports the application by the Sacramento Municipal Utility District to install DC fast chargers at the Powerhouse Science Center." So the motion can include that.
The motion includes that. Is there any public comment?
There's none.
Okay, are there any questions on consent? If not, Councilman Warren on consent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on item 11, which is something that District 2 is very proud of, the grant of $1.8 million for the Northern Bike Trail. And so District 2 is very excited about the improvements that are going to be made in District 2 on the northern section of the bike trail. And we hope all of the residents of the city, in particular in District 2, will come out and see the improvements when they're done, and will take advantage of them by riding their bikes on the bike trail. Thank you.
Great. We look forward to that, Councilman Warren. All in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. The consent calendar passes. We now move to item 15. They're all important items. This is an important item. Let me just say how I'd like tonight to proceed. We're going to hear extensive staff report on all elements of this. We have a lot of public testimony, understandably. I'm going to allot 1 hour for each side. And so if any of the support or opposition is organized, which I think that it is, if it is possible for you to kind of gather either outside the chambers quickly and make sure that you fit the support or opposition into a full hour apiece. We're going to take 2 hours, and then we're going to hear from my colleagues with, I'm sure, many questions, and then with the proper motion, and second, we're going to take a vote. So let us begin with Ms. Halbach, and thank you so much for your work, and welcome to you, ma'am.
All right, Mayor and Council, I'm Fran Halbach with the City Manager's Office. Well, certainly with the extensive staff report, I'm sparing you a PowerPoint presentation. So going back to late 2015, Mayor and Council first began requesting that staff look into a local hiring program for our city projects. And then with the onset of the Golden One Center project, staff was later asked to review the local hire and local business programs used for what was called the G1C. Subsequent to that, we were asked to consider how the G1C local hiring and business programs could be applied first to the convention center and the theater projects, and then to our citywide capital improvement program. As a reminder, the city was not a party to the project labor agreement for the G1C. However, we were involved in setting the target goals for the local hire program and the local business involvement program. So we reviewed that G1C program. We had discussions with our city auditor's office, with SETA, and the Sacramento Building and Construction Trades Council and member unions to learn what worked well and what could be improved from that program. Based on that, staff has provided you a community workforce training agreement today for your consideration. You will hear that referred to as a CWTA. CWTA provisions contain a local hiring and community workforce training program that will apply to city projects with a construction cost of $1 million or more. It targets a 50% local hiring goal within a 10-county region, gives priority to Sacramento City and then Sacramento County residents. The Priority Apprenticeship Program targets 20% of total apprenticeship hours. Priority apprentices will reside in one of the 11 targeted zip codes and meet at least one other requirement, including military veterans, emancipated youth, women, former offenders, persons receiving public assistance. The program also includes employment opportunities for youth interns. There are 6 projects anticipated to go to construction soon. The theater, the convention center, the Natomas Aquatic Center, the McKinley Vault, 3rd Street Sewer, and Fire Station 14. There may be an additional 4 to 9 projects in the first 18 months, and the reason there's a range is there are several approved capital programs that exceed $1 million, but depending how the programs translate to actual projects, the CWTA may or may not apply. Projects that involve federal funding and certain state funding will be exempt from the program. The CWTA would go into effect on January 1st, 2019, except for the theater and convention center that are bidding this fall. It will not apply to the water meter project, the program, as council already approved a different local hire program for those projects. In addition, we are recommending a local business improvement program that would be piloted for the theater and the convention center projects only. It provides for a goal that 50% of the project budget be spent in the 7-county region, with 15% of that amount for local small business. The auditor's office had difficulty gaining access to the data to support the performance of the local business program of the G1C project, and given that, that issue, staff is proposing we work with the contractors and their labor compliance reporting systems so we can better track purchases and services. When the theater and the convention projects are closed out, staff will evaluate how the local business pilot program worked before you consider expanding that. In your packet, we have provided the staff report, the local hire ordinance, a resolution for both the local hire program, the local business pilot program, the CWTA, and administrative procedures for both programs. In addition, I have 3 items to cover that are not in your packet. A question was raised about the timing and urgency of the actions before you. The schedule for delivering the convention center and theater projects involve a bidding process that is tied to the financing and the bond sale. These 2 projects are already being shopped to prospective bidders who need to know what the contract provisions are in order to bid the work. A delay will impact the convention center project schedule and impact the bond sale. There has been a question about how the provisions of the CWTA are affected by master agreements. Master agreements are internal agreements between a contractor and a union. Each union has their own master agreement. The language in section 3.5 of the CWTA says, where a subject covered by the provisions of this agreement, meaning the CWTA, is also covered by a master agreement, the provisions of this agreement prevail. Where a subject is covered by the provisions of a master agreement and is not covered by this agreement, the provisions of the master agreement shall prevail. So to restate that in my own words, if there's a conflict between this CWTA and a master agreement, the CWTA overrides. If it is not covered by the CWTA, the master agreement governs. The third item is a correction to the CWTA that was in your packet. Section 9 was inadvertently numbered incorrectly. So the corrections are as follows. On pages 12 through 14 of the CWTA, they were numbered section 9.4, 9.5, and then 9.4 again. So the second section that's numbered 9.4, titled Apprenticeship and Workforce Development, is changed to 9.6, and the subsection is accordingly. Section 9.5 is changed to 9.7, and subsections accordingly. 9.6, Student Internship Opportunities, is changed to 9.8. 9.7, Good Faith Efforts, is changed to 9.9, and the subsections accordingly. 9.8, Enforcement, Compliance, and Reporting, is changed to 9.10, and subsections accordingly. That ends my presentation, and staff requests council act on the staff recommendation with the change incorporating the corrected section 9 of the CWTA and the deletion of part 1 of the published recommendation, which required a 2/3 vote. Other staff available for questions include Jerry Hicks and Jennifer Gore of the City Attorney's Office and the City Auditor's Office.
Ms. Hallbacher, thank you very much. I know A lot of work has gone into this. My question for you, just on actually some advice on how we conduct the next few minutes of the hearing, which is who's in the best position to actually explain the mechanics of how this works? I mean, the actual mechanics. It may be Mr. Cardoza or another representative of the building, because I think that would be important, right, as a frame for the discussion. Who would best do that?
You know, as you know, the city, we have, the G1C was not ours to administer.
Yeah.
We just started with the memorial. We have not done much. So we really would turn to those who have had a lot more experience dealing with the
So why don't we do
CWCs.
this? Let us move right to the testimony. And again, members are going to pop up quickly, and we're going to have a full and thorough discussion with questions. Let's begin with the supporters. And let's hear from, is Mr. Cardoza the right person here? I think so. Cardoza, I'm going to give you more than 2 minutes. Again, it's an hour each side. I think it's important that you lay it out, the mechanics to then to the members of the public who may not know anything about how this actually works.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, Vice Mayor Hansen, council members. My name is Dan Cardozo, and I serve as legal counsel to the Sacramento Sierra Building Construction Trades Council. I'm available to answer questions that may come up about how the agreements operate. We also have a number of other speakers who are here tonight who are very experienced with project labor agreements and can speak to the operation of these agreements. I did want to start by thanking your staff, Fran Hallbakken in particular, and Jerry Hicks and Jennifer Gore from the City Attorney's Office for all the hard work that they put into this effort and all the time to develop the document and really get us to where we are tonight. I can tell you that you were very well represented in those discussions. The city's interest was protected, and the final product really represents a consensus document. The CWTA is similar to community workforce agreements that have been successfully used throughout the state, including here in Sacramento. You've heard about, of course, the leading example being the Golden One Center project, where I think there's widespread agreement that the CWTA there was a resounding success, both in terms of facilitating management of what was a very complicated and time-sensitive construction project, and despite that, the CWTA, I think, facilitated that project coming in with a state-of-the-art facility safely and on time. And of course, it also not only met, but exceeded the community workforce, the local hire, priority apprentice provisions and requirements that were set for that project. The city, as you've heard, is, of course, embarking on the Convention Center Community Theater projects. Those are major projects that will have, will be complicated to manage. I think the CWTA, the benefits of a community workforce agreement in terms of project management, risk management, will serve the city well in terms of those projects. There are already some issues that have arisen with respect to those projects that I think the agreement will help to facilitate resolution. The CWTA before you also tonight establishes the most aggressive and ambitious community workforce requirements in any program-wide agreement in the state. Staff has already outlined the basic terms of those. I just wanted to underscore a couple of points. One is that the agreement also requires that the parties work with community-based organizations to conduct outreach to the city's historically disadvantaged communities in order to bring the communities that Fran mentioned, the former offenders, at-risk youth, military veterans, former foster youth, and others, women interested in the trades, into the potentially life-changing construction career path apprenticeship programs. This agreement also, Fran touched on this, but it's worth underscoring, I think. The agreement includes a first of its kind student internship program that's going to afford and require that contractors working on city projects make available to eligible high school students work in offices related to engineering, construction management and design related to the implementation of city projects. I mean, that's going to be an invaluable experience for high school students who are interested in careers in the construction trades. All of this, I think, reflects a real commitment on the part of the city and this council to ensure that the construction dollars that you spend in this city actually return maximum and meaningful benefits in terms of employment, job training, and economic benefits back to the people in this community, and especially to the city's historically underserved neighborhoods and residents. You will hear tonight, I'm sure, from the usual opponents of project labor agreements, and you'll hear the usual arguments. We submitted a lengthy letter into the record with exhibits and references to the relevant studies and reports addressing the arguments. Let me just make 3 quick points. First, the overwhelming number of academic studies that have been done in this clearly show that when you control for all construction costs and compare similar project, workforce agreements have simply not been shown to have a material effect on the number of bidders or to otherwise increase construction costs. The few contrary reports that are cited, once critiqued, have invariably been found to have not taken into account other factors that impacted costs of the project, and or they've considered dissimilar projects. I had planned to walk through some of the studies, but in the interest of time, I would just refer you to our submittal, and especially to a study released by UC Berkeley last year, which I think is the most comprehensive and most recent study of its kind that looked at 263 community college projects in the state, comparing PLA projects and non-PLA projects. Probably the most definitive findings, though, are those in the reports prepared by the agencies themselves, addressing the actual performance of these agreements on their own construction programs. These are objective assessments prepared by third-party consultants or by the agency's own staffs. And again, those reports have consistently found that the agreements do not increase costs, they've improved construction performance and outcomes, and they've reduced staff workload related to prevailing wage compliance and enforcement. And we've submitted all those into the record. We have citations to those reports in our submittal. Second point, I think it's really important to emphasize that the small number of contractors that prefer not to work under these agreements represent a tiny fraction of the licensed contractors in the state. And they don't even really represent or are reflective or indicative of the open shop sector as a whole. So from the agency reports that we submitted, there are numerous examples of capital improvement programs being operated under these agreements where the open shop contractors are working successfully and competitively, where they have a substantial presence on the projects, and in some cases, there are a majority of the contractors working under the agreements. Half of the contractors, repeat contractors under these agreements, are open shop. Final point is that these agreements actually facilitate opportunities for small, local, minority, women-owned businesses to participate on the city's construction projects because they have available to them a skilled construction workforce that allows them to take on larger projects than they otherwise could have without the access to those workers. And of course, they can use their regular management staff, and this agreement expressly allows those contractors to use their regular permanent local workers. So let me just close by saying that I think the strongest evidence in support of the adoption are the hundreds of cities, counties, school districts, special districts across the state that have found these agreements to advance the jurisdiction's proprietary interest in efficient construction, number one, and number two, provide the only mechanism by which the agency can achieve its community workforce goals. Especially compelling, and I'll close with this, is that the number of jurisdictions, the large number of jurisdictions that have repeatedly renewed, readopted, and expanded the coverage of their agreements by lowering the thresholds based on their performance assessment and how the agreements have actually performed in their, across their programs. So I thank you very much. We have a number of speakers who can answer questions and speak to the operation of these agreements.
And you'll want to be available later for the council to be available to answer any
I will be
questions
here.
from members
Thank you
of the
very
council.
much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's start going through the list unless there's a particular order that the proponents want to. It's in order. Go.
Thank you, sir. I have almost 37 speakers in support. The first is Keith Diaz.
And we got 50 minutes.
David Little, Christopher Rook, and then Rob Kurth. And as the mayor said, we do have 1 hour total, so if you can line up, we'd appreciate it.
Now we're going to ask you to limit it to 2, but try to even be briefer than 2. Thank you.
I will do my best. Thank you, Council. My name's Keith Diaz. I live at 5910 Wymore Way in Sacramento. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. This ordinance it will create good-paying jobs, careers for local residents. Me being in the trade, I went through the apprenticeship program, and I travel down the highway every day towards the Bay Area. It'd be nice to have these jobs here for my kids and for other kids as well as me. I didn't know anything before I got in the trade, and it's a great opportunity, and it's been a good life for me. I can't speak enough of going through the apprenticeship program. I just want to, this is going to create thousands of jobs, local, higher, good, standard, area standard wages, and so I want to urge a vote, a yes vote.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. Next.
Keith Diaz, then David Little.
David Little, Sheet Metal Workers 104. I'm in favor of this moving forward. I think it was great on the Golden One Center. I think it'll be great moving forward. It's, as a person who works on a lot of projects that sees contractors come from out of state, work on a lot of projects in Sacramento and then go home, it is heartbreaking. You know, we should keep the jobs local, keep the community local. I live in a great community that's taught me what community means, and it's a great feeling, and I want everybody to experience that. To have an opportunity to give people of low-income areas good-paying jobs, real careers, and pensions is just a really good feeling. So I hope everybody can have the same opportunities that I have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Next.
Christopher, and then Rob Kurth, then Mark Johnston.
Mayor and council members, I greatly appreciate you taking the time to even look into this. My name is Christopher Rook. I'm the Director of Training for the National Energy Management Institute. I used to live in District 6. I now live in District 7. I'm a very proud resident of Sacramento. I went from earning minimum wage in Sacramento as a resident to having a great house, a great family, pension and benefits. The apprenticeship program has done a lot for me, myself, so I can speak personally to that. The results is that you're going to end up with highly trained technicians if you follow after things that go after accredited training programs with apprenticeship and journeyman in their lineup. The results then will be an opportunity for residents in the city of Sacramento and in the Sacramento region. You'll be able to provide for residents the opportunity, like myself, to learn a trade that will last them a lifetime, and will that also continue to last the Sacramento region a lifetime, because this is something that's going to continue on and on and on. You're talking not only good wages, but you're also talking supporting things like health care and for the whole family, and benefits and a pension. Lastly, as coming from part of the trades that would review the quality of work in most of these buildings in Sacramento right now, which I've been in, a project is only as good as the workers that are building it. They're only as good as the technicians doing it. Supporting good programs to train technicians in proper ways are going to result in higher quality projects, and higher quality projects are what's going to do exactly what the project was intended, whether it be energy savings, indoor air quality, and meeting the needs of the city. Thank you very much for this time. I greatly appreciate you taking time to look at this.
Thank you.
Speakers, Rob Kurth, then Mark Johnston, then Charlie Cabral.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to encourage and support the proposal that's before you. And since the lights are on, I think it's safe to admit that I am a SMUD board member. We have 3 goals at SMUD. 1, keep the lights on. 2, make sure that we treat our customers excellently well. And 3, keep the rates low. Recently, we adopted a proposal that's similar to the one before you tonight for our headquarters reconstruction. And I'm happy to report, of course, that the added requirements of our program help to assure that, 1, the work is performed by people who live in our community. 2, that the small businesses from our community are a substantial part of the project. And 3, that these benefits didn't cost SMUD 1 extra cent in the construction of this project. Now, you might have heard that our headquarters project bids came in $30 million ahead of or above the engineer's estimate, but that's not the end of the story. We split up what was indeed a very complicated RFQ and then re-advertised it. The second time around, the total of the bids came in at the price we had hoped for originally. And so our headquarters is about half done. Our community workforce program is demonstrating that it can work very well for us. 1, it's keeping the rates low, and 2, it's treating our customers right by actually hiring them when we get the chance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you see your way to adopt this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for your public service and for coming here tonight. We appreciate it.
Mark Johnson, then Charlie Cabral, then Leah Nataki, Azia, and Kathy.
Good evening. My name is Mark Johnson, Mayor and Council members. I am a management labor relations consultant. I'm independent third party, and I do negotiations and administration of these agreements across North America, both in the United States and in Canada. Also, I have performed this work on over 80 projects in North America in excess of $70 billion. I was very honored to be asked twice by the Obama administration to give presentations to the federal agencies about the pluses and minuses of labor agreements and how that they could be implemented. I'm here tonight to talk to you also that I have also negotiated and administered the regional sand CWA in Elk Grove on behalf of Dragados USA, and I have their complete support to be here tonight to talk in support of you adopting a CWA. You can see on the paper that I gave you tonight that there are basically 2 essential reasons to use these CWAs. They are tools. There's a risk management tool, and they're also a tool to help promote public policy. And I think that tonight, even more than what I could say to you, you saw the potential for using these agreements to assist you. When Ramona and Anthony were here tonight and shown to come from homelessness and are moving up and establishing their life, these are the people that this community workforce agreement can address, because you have priority hire. You can give these people priority hire opportunities on the project. It's essential to look at that. Now, many people talk about the myths about the non-union contractors not bidding or that the prices have increased. That's not true.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
have that
Johnson. Your 2
experience.
minutes is complete. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
You could just sum it up real quick, there, Mr. Johnson.
You know, and the last thing I would say is that, you know, you'll hear about the core employee and the health and welfare benefits. Those are all negotiable items. And I just think keep the threshold level low, and administration is critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
And I believe it's Sherry Cabral, and then Leah, Azia, and Kathy from the Sacramento Asian Black Hispanic Chambers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Cherie Cabral. I'm here tonight on behalf of the State Building Trades. I guess we're sticking to the 2 minutes, so I may cut a few things down here, but PLAs, as you've heard from Mr. Cardozo, have a very long history in the West and in California as a tool in order to facilitate specific things, construction and labor-related things, as well as social and economic ends and goals. I actually want to talk to you about the social and economic ends and goals of this. Since 2009, we've seen a 500% increase in the use of PLAs throughout the state of California, and there's reasons. I'm a firm believer that statistics don't lie. So I wanted to give you the most recent statistics that are here. And believe it or not, they actually come out of the city of Seattle, who for much the same reasons as the city of Sacramento is now considering this agreement, they chose in 2015 to implement their own. They were facing severe gentrification of their downtown areas, housing costs going up, homelessness going up, residents that had been there for a long time moving out, and they said, you know, we need to look at the money that we have available to us through revenues from the city and taxes to see what we can do to stimulate local jobs, and they did exactly that. The results of their CWA between the years of 2000 and 2013 and 2017, they compared non-CWA projects prior to the implementation of the CWA to projects following the implementation of the CWA, and what the results were, I think, is very compelling. They found that workers from economically disadvantaged areas had 185% more hours under the CWA than on those projects that were completed prior to the CWA. They found that under the CWA, workers from local economically disadvantaged areas had more than $7 million more in wages as a result of it, simply because they were getting more hours. The number of usage and employment of minority workers on those projects doubled, so their employment of minority individuals went up by 2 times.
Ms. Cabral, your 2 minutes is complete. Will you make your final comments?
We're trying to hear from everybody. That's the reason. Whatever. I mean, if we got a full hour, I just want to make sure that we hear from everybody.
Under the 2 minutes.
Well, I understand, but how much more do you have to go?
Not much more.
Well, if you can sum it up, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
I can do that. Effectively, I think what is useful in the findings is that the CWA resulted in a significant improvement across the board of the usage and employment of individuals from the economically disadvantaged areas, individuals of color, and just individuals from the local Seattle area as well. What I find interesting and very compelling about that fact is that that mirrors the performance data on project labor agreements and CWAs throughout the state of California, not only on private projects, but across the public sector as well. So we've seen that consistently. So I could say a few more things, but I'm going to leave it at that. And
Well,
I
thank
hope
you.
support this.
I think very, very, very good. By the way, the other side will be accorded the same 1 hour, and we'll try to be flexible on the 2 minutes. I'm just trying, the reason for the 2 minutes is we're trying to hear as many, from as many people as we can. So,
The next
please.
speaker is Leah, Azia, and Kathy, and following them is Joy Johnston, and then Kaylin Wright.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Leah Nitake, and I am the Public Policy Manager at the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce, speaking tonight on behalf of our President and CEO, Pat Fonkushida, who regrets that she couldn't be here tonight.
Good evening. I'm Aziza Davis-Goins, President and CEO for the Sacramento Black Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Rodriguez. I'm the President and CEO for the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
As you know, our business alliance represents the interests of hundreds of small, local, minority-owned businesses here in Sacramento. And we strongly believe that the CWTA will do several things. It will keep local tax dollars local. It will assure a highly skilled local workforce for public projects, and it will provide a great opportunity for our members' businesses. We welcome the opportunity to work together with organized labor in helping to lift up our most challenged neighborhoods, and we look forward to working with the City of Sacramento in growing its small and local business procurement programs. And so we urge you to vote yes on the CWTA tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all very much for coming tonight and for your leadership in our community. We appreciate it.
Next speaker is Pastor Joy Johnson, then Kaylin Wright, then John Holm.
Pastor Joy, we got Howard for ACT?
Yes.
Okay, you're representing Pastor Joy?
Well, my name's in there too.
Well, it's,
Okay.
So Pastor's not here. Kaylin Wright. Is Kaylin here? Okay,
Howard, why don't you, we'll get you in just a second, okay?
Following Kaylin
Okay,
is John
thank you.
Holm, then Brandon Reed and David Demers, and then Stephen Gallo.
He's right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kaylin Wright, and I'm here tonight representing the 6,800 members of the Sacramento Association of Realtors. And we're here to support staff's recommendation to create the local hire and local business policy programs. Sacramento is in the midst of a terrible housing affordability crisis, and one of the major factors of that is wages have largely been stagnant in the Sacramento region since the recession, and this program would really help that. Both of these policies will be a step in the right direction for ensuring that local businesses and local workers are prioritized on taxpayer-funded projects, and this is a smart decision.
The Sacramento Association of Realtors typically does not weigh into issues like this, but we really believe that this is a critical decision, and we believe that the business community's support is important on issues that can help the broader middle class. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
John Home, and then Brandon Reed and David Demers.
Good evening. My name is John Home. I'm with Rudolph and Sletton. We're a general contractor here in Sacramento. To quickly preface, I'd just like to say that my firm has built several projects for the city of Sacramento, including the Crocker Art Museum expansion, Sacramento Valley Phase 2 renovation, and the new Greyhound bus terminal. And we are currently constructing the new O Street office building for the state of California down at 12th and O. I'm here just to simply say that on behalf of my firm, with these agreements in place, project labor agreements and CWAs, as we have in the new O Street office building, just here to simply say that, in our opinion, non-union and union firms are both equally represented and have the opportunity to bid and receive work on these projects. And I just want to point out a recent success story down in San Diego. We just completed a $454 million courthouse for JCC, and one of the top 2 contracts on that project was a non-union firm. So the door is open, both union and non-union alike, in our opinion. Thank you very much.
Brandon Reed and David Demers, then Stephen Gallo, then Joey Ramirez.
Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Brandon Reed. I currently live in North Sacramento Council District 3. I was born and raised in Oak Park, Sacramento, California. I would like to speak on what I was doing before I joined Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps. I did not finish high school. I did not have a job. I was a homeless parent of 2 children and a wife. I needed to support my family. When the law caught up with me, I was incarcerated for several months at a time, and my wife had to take care of things on her own. Now I would like to share with you what I am doing now and what I have accomplished since I have joined Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps. I'm currently studying to get my high school diploma. I have received training in the construction field. This includes OSHA 10 safety requirements. I have done training in several different forklift training classes. I have received assistance in getting my driver's license, and that includes behind the wheel training, help with studying for written driver's tests, and I was provided with the car to take the actual driver's test. I became a registered voter, plus I have received an AmeriCorps Sacramento region. I have received an AmeriCorps scholarship, which gives me $1,250 towards my college expenses. Most importantly, I have acquired a steady income to support my family by getting money for a home to live in and a car to drive. I'm happy to tell you what I am doing once I leave Sacramento Conservation Corps. I will soon have my high school diploma. I have achieved the necessary job skills and training in the construction field to be able to get a job in this field. I'm currently training with a plan to enter the local 185 Labor's Union. Mostly, I have gained a big sense of pride and dignity in myself and accomplished all that I have done at Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps. Without their help, I would not be here now telling you of all that I have achieved. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. We'll remember your story.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the council and mayor, this young man and 150 others that are at the Corps are who I represent, and I'm proud of this young man as well as all these folks here. We're a nonprofit organization that serves the youth from the most disadvantaged communities in the Promise Zone in Sacramento. We provide paid work experience and a WASC-accredited high school diploma program combined with life skills, community service, and a rigorous industry skills training program leading to living wage jobs, primarily in the construction industry today. I'd like to thank you all for your support for the youth of Sacramento and for the SRCC. Your partnership has been instrumental in the recent success of the youth at the SRCC. From July of 2017 through June of 2018, your support has ensured the following. 86% of the youth that have completed our program are either in college or employed at this point. 78% are actually employed. 68% are earning more than $15 an hour, and 44% are in a local union earning at least $18 an hour. The success of the SRCC programs continue as the SRCC has facilitated the training and the placement of more than 30 youth into union jobs, paying at least $18 an hour in the past 13 months and 8 since July 1st. We genuinely appreciate your commitment to the youth of the City of Sacramento through your partnership and support of the Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps. And I'll finish with this. The jobs that you guys are discussing tonight, they're important to each one of these youth. They're important to our families. They're important to our communities. These jobs truly change lives.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the Corps for coming tonight, as well as those who help train and supervise them. It's one of our cherished programs here in Sacramento and throughout the state. Very good.
Stephen Gallo and then Joey Ramirez.
I'm Joey Ramirez. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joey Ramirez, and I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Washington Neighborhood Center. I am here tonight to speak in support of the local hire policy. My organization is one of Sacramento's oldest standing nonprofit community organizations, been serving for over 60 years. Our center has housed great organizations such as the Royal Chicano Air Force, which has always stood for a policy such as this. Our primary goal is to provide neighborhood resources in a community that is diverse and predominantly African American and of the Hispanic heritage. Local hire policy will give our youth and adults looking for a career opportunity to join an apprenticeship, learn a skill, and earn their way into the middle class on up to raise families and help our communities thrive. We need to support policies like this if we want to address issues in our community, such as making homes affordable for our community and addressing the homelessness issue, where they can earn their ways out of these situations and move on up into being members of our society. I humbly ask that you support this and help us to be a demonstration of Sacramento adopting these policies in which other cities will one day look to us as an example and see how we made it work and point to us as, the road already paved and a good example of that taking place. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it's Stephen Gallo, then Mario Giada, then Howard Lawrence.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Stephen Gallo. I'm a native Sacramentan. I was raised in an urban area of Sacramento. The area I grew up in is a rough area and still is. But most of my peers not graduating high school, either ending up incarcerated or losing their lives. Unfortunately, my young brother is one such case. He was shot in 2016 and later died as a direct result of his injuries. Right. At this time, I was entering my second year as an apprentice with the local 447 Plumbing and Pipe Fitters Union, an opportunity I gained through the CWTA. In this very rough period of time, my union brothers helped me lift me up, and being gainfully employed helped pay for my brother's funeral. Through the Community Workforce and Training Agreement, in conjunction with the local 447, I'm receiving an education in the classroom, preparing me to put my knowledge into practical applications in the field. The hours on the job are a critical part of my apprenticeship. This is where I gain the experience, and I am able to apply everything I've learned in the classroom. The hours spent on the job combined with the hours spent in the classroom have given me a variety of skills that allow me to provide a better life for myself, my wife, and two daughters. Being a member of the local 447 Plumbing and Pipe Fitters Union gives me a great sense of responsibility to family, friends, and community. A commitment to excellence not only to myself, but not only to the job, but in life. I had the privilege of working on the Golden One Center project, which is one of the crown jewels of our city. I look forward to working on more projects in our great city, so I am asking you please vote yes on the community workforce and training agreement. It has changed my life and given me purpose, and again, a commitment to excellence to myself, our city, and the community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Mario and then Howard Lawrence.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council City members. My name is Mario Giada, and I'm from Sacramento, California. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Community Workforce Training Program. I'd like to share a little story about my personal experience with this program. 4 years ago, I was living in a transitional home. I was collecting food stamps, and I was on Medicare, and I was also looking for work. I had a lot of viable skills. I had multiple licenses as a mechanic, as an air conditioning technician, and even also as a X-ray technician. I also had an AA degree, but people were having a hard time hiring me because they couldn't get past the fact that I'd been incarcerated for 28 years. I had a void in my employment history that was almost 30 years long, and I was 54 years old. I was running, at the end of my rope. I had nowhere to go, but because of the program that was called the Priority Hire Program, I was finally hired by ACO Engineered Systems, and I had the privilege of working at the Golden One Center. Since then, I've continued to be working. I've only missed about 5 days in 4 years. I work for the local 447, which is the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union here in Sacramento. 2 nights a week I go to school, which will be part of a 5-year apprenticeship, and where they're teaching me all the skills that it takes to be in this trade, and I will also be a licensed plumber when I'm done. I'm so thankful for the opportunity that the City Council has given us because it has changed my life tremendously. Since I've been working hard for the past 4 years, I've been married, I have my own home, and life is just good, and I'm here to urge you to please continue these programs because you're all about changing lives and you have the power to do so here and tonight. Vote thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Howard Lawrence and then J.K. Singleton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Howard Lawrence, and I am speaking tonight on the behalf of Sacramento ACT, which, as you know, is a grassroots community organizing network located here in Sacramento. We have already sent you a letter indicating our support for the Community Workforce Training Agreement on your agenda tonight. The letter speaks for itself, but I would like to mention that this agenda item is based upon the provisions of the Community Benefit Agreement for the Kings Arena, which Sacramento ACT helped create. That agreement required direct public benefit for Sacramento residents for the expenditure of public funds. This agreement implements the same concept, public benefit from public dollars. As in the Golden One project, pardon me, this agreement requires the hiring of priority apprentices for designated zip codes that have high rates of unemployment. The language in this agenda item requires targeted hiring for those who have a criminal record, veterans, the young emancipated from the foster care system, and others who are often left behind when the hiring call is made. We know that more investment is required and is coming for Sacramento's downtown. The rail yard project alone will see over $4 billion in construction. This means new construction jobs will be created. The question is, what will be the quality of those jobs? Who will fill them? This proposed policy helps answer this question. We are interested in creating careers, not just jobs. Supporting priority apprentice hiring in our community through public investment represents a transformative job creation and economic growth in our neighborhoods. It is simply good public policy. Sacramento ACT stands with you and our brothers and sisters in the building trades to create a city that works for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard, for all you do.
J.K. Singleton, and then Kevin Fiera.
Hello, I'm Jakai Singleton. I live in South Sacramento from Mutual Housing. So first off, I'd like to thank everybody who shared their stories today. Those are really inspiring, and it's really a testament to how impactful this act is. And so actually a couple years ago, I was actually homeless, me and my family, and we only recently got a home in Mutual Housing, which provides affordable care for people who don't have that much money. And I just graduated high school. I'm going to college now. I'm going to CRC. And upon hearing about this act, I was instantly interested in what I could do with it. And apparently CRC also has an engineering program that I also want to get into now after hearing this. And I'm going to keep it short, so I just want to say that things like this provide help for the youth, and it offers hope to young people who don't have any hope, any way to get out of the situation they're in, like places like Oak Park and things among that, because I live in Oak Park and I live around Oak Park, and I can tell you for a fact that people there have no way out, but something like this will provide a way out, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Kevin Fiera, and then Allegra Taylor, then Patricia Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Kevin Ferreira, Executive Director of the Sacramento Sierras Building and Construction Trades Council. It's been insinuated that the building trades apprenticeships won't be able to man or deliver on the workforce requirements of the apprenticeship standards. I'd like to share with you the latest updated enrollment report from the Department of Apprenticeship Standards. In the joint apprenticeship standard programs in Sac County, there are 2,034 apprentices. On the unilateral programs, they have 324.
What is the unilateral program? Just
kind of like the non-union state-approved programs. And so what that translates into is that the building trades apprenticeship programs deliver 90% of the apprentices that are in the Sac County. And so we strongly urge the Sacramento City Council to pass this resolution, this Community Workforce Training Agreement, so that we can continue to work with disadvantaged communities, transforming lives through our apprenticeships with lifelong careers in the construction industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor, City Councilman. So I'm here speaking on behalf of the economically disadvantaged zip codes 95815, 2452, 3823, 32, 11, 20, 60, 14, 42, 25, and 21. I'm speaking on behalf of Black students who are the lowest performing group in the city of Sacramento due to lack of real investment into their educational success. I would also like to speak up on behalf of jobs needed for brown and marginalized students. This graduating group of 18-year-olds who might not go to college would be the perfect candidate to benefit from this program, from the program like CWA. In addition, our vets and returning citizens who are returning back to some of these same zip codes would also benefit from this agreement. Along with my fellow Sacramento Act advocates, I am in favor of this agreement. I also stand before you in behalf of BYLP and the Village. I hope you see this as a step to equitable investment into our communities. This would also create a school-to-work pipeline instead of the school-to-prison pipeline. It would give our vets and returning citizens a fair chance at re-entry into our communities. This would be a great investment for the people I am speaking up for today. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor.
And then Janet Staples.
Sorry about that.
After Patricia is Janet Staples.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Patricia Ramirez, and I come tonight in support of this PLA and share a little bit about myself. I come from a middle-class family. I grew up in a small town. I have two hardworking parents, 3 older brothers and a younger brother. Being the only girl, I was limited to the things that I was allowed to do. So because of the limits that were placed before me, I chose the wrong path. And because of my actions, I lost about 15 years of my life. At the age of 23 and I needed some guidance, I was given choices not knowing what I wanted to do with my life. I chose to turn my life around. I went to Job Corps, I went to the Conservation Corps. I was introduced to the Carpenters Union and the apprenticeship program, which, that was the beginning of a better life for me. I went through a 4-year apprenticeship. I was blessed with a company that took me under their wing, and I worked for them for about 8 years. I was able to do something that I never thought I was going to be able to do. I went from sleeping on cardboard boxes in a little room on the east side of San Jose to buying my own home here in Sacramento. The best part of all of this is to see the look in my parents' eyes and to hear them say that I'm proud of you. I work mostly in the Bay Area. The commute to Sacramento is not easy. I'm glad to see that you guys are considering to create more job opportunities here in Sacramento. So I stand before you an accomplished carpenter, a field representative, a proud union member, setting an example for future generation of male and female carpenters as you see behind me. This PLA will open a pathway for work opportunities, provide a livable wage, benefits with respect and dignity, and strengthen our communities for all Sacramento residents. So again, I support this PLA, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you. Welcome.
Janet Staples and then Elvia Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Janet Staples, field representative and carpenter in Sacramento, California. Unlike the sister before me, I grew up in a broken home. My eldest siblings were drug and alcohol abusers. They taught me how to drink and drug. They didn't teach me ethics. They did not teach me what responsibilities were. And my mother was on disability. I lived in Los Angeles, California, a single parent in 1989, having no idea where I was going to get food for my son and I. I was a single casual worker at the post office. That's a seasonal worker. One day, as I'm driving down the streets, I see a side of the freeway, women in construction needed. Had no idea what that meant for me, but I thought maybe I'd take a chance and apply. After shortly applying, I went through a pre-apprenticeship program. After graduating from the program, I became an apprentice. I started doing freeways and bridges, 32 years old. Shortly after that, I was able to afford dental benefits for my son and I. I was able to rent a home. I got off of welfare. I became a productive, law-abiding citizen, and I was able to do the things that no one in my family taught me to do. I had to learn the way I needed to learn. Having said that, I knew nothing about what union was, PSA, PLA, or any of those letters. What I knew was it was a life-changing experience for me. I am now 60 years old. I'm embarking on my retirement. I've been a field representative in Sacramento for 18 years. I've been able to give back to youth in my community, Job Corps, Conservation Corps, the membership I serve, and I stand before you in support of this CWTA, and I'm a proud, proud union member in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good
Elvia,
evening.
and then Nally, then Armando Guerrero.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm a parent leader with Sacramento Act. I'm a volunteer. I live in Oak Park community. And when I heard about this opportunity, it could be, I got really excited because having a son that is being at school in those areas where a lot of lack of programs after the recession, where they closed many schools, we're still struggling very much. And my son, he just graduated from high school. It's been very, very hard for him to find a job. And now that he finally got a part-time job, he is struggling to thinking that he wants to go to college. But being volunteering to the schools in Oak Park community, I see how many children from kinder to high school homeless. And even though I know some of the children, they've been high school, they've been a UMA program that you remember, they're struggling so much to find a job. They're struggling so much even to go to college. So I'm in favor for this apprenticeship program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speakers Nally and then Armando Guerrero.
Evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nayeli.
And Daniela.
Just if you can, just.
Sorry, Daniela.
Thank you.
And I'm here representing ARI. We are a workforce development organization that has been around for over 35 years. We have 3 offices, which includes the Job Center in Oak Park, which is run by Daniela. We've placed thousands of individuals to work each year. Most importantly, we work with a population that has the most barriers to overcome. Before they are able to enter back into the workforce, I am here tonight to speak in support of the local hire policy. ARI has worked closely with Turner Construction and the trades in placing our clients to work and on the Golden One Center. The opportunity to open the door for us to develop a more effective collaboration. This policy aligns with our organization goals to provide a career path for a community that is in need. I'm here to encourage you to make the right choice by enacting this policy and support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Armando and then Lloyd Reeves.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Armando Guerrero. I'm an executive board member of the Sacramento Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO, and business agent with the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. The Sacramento Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO, represents over 170,000 union members and their families. Our executive director, Fabricio Sasso, regrets not being here in person. The Sacramento Central Labor Council strongly supports the establishment of a local hire and community workforce training program for citywide capital improvement projects. Because of this CWTA, the city will be investing in our local workforce by providing training and education with career pathways in the building and construction industries, hiring residents from low-income and historically disadvantaged communities on all projects costing over $1 million. We have witnessed the successful results of these programs, as evidenced in the recent construction of the Golden One Center, which also had a community workforce training agreement. These jobs will strengthen our economy and provide access to the American dream as they supply good, middle-class wages, healthcare benefits, and retirement security. The establishment of a local hire and community workforce training program will boost economic growth and help with the development of our great city. We respectfully request the City Council support the Community Workforce Training Program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Just for the sake of timing, we have 18 more speakers on the yes side and about 10 minutes.
Okay. Lloyd Reeves, then Jerry Castillon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lloyd Reber. I'm a local military veteran here in Sacramento and graduate of the apprenticeship. And with most of my brothers and sisters here, traveling to the Bay for work, 2 hours, 2+ hours there and back every day, as a single father, I can't do that. So this here will allow me to work locally, stay locally, keep my tax dollars locally, so I can be able to support my, my daughter, and I just want to thank you, and I ask for your support.
Thank you for coming tonight and sharing your story. Appreciate it.
Jerry, and then Sherelle Diefels.
Jerry, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Jerry Castellon. I'd like to share my opinion that the Community Workforce Training Program does work, and it truly does work. As a former council member from the city of Dixon, we have similar language in town. We had a project there, the Dixon Wastewater Project at the plant. It worked out perfect. It was a local hire. We had the young apprentices on board. Everybody worked. It was a great program and a great project in itself. What I'd like to say is that the fact that the type of language that we do have in Dixon is very somewhat similar, and the requirements are pretty high. It's what we expect from our apprentices, and it works just exceptional. The language is projects with an engineer's estimate equal or greater than $250,000 require the contractor to provide a certified statement of hiring from the State of California Division of Apprenticeship Standards approved joint apprenticeship programs that have graduated at least 5 apprentices, each consecutive for 5 years immediately preceding submission of the bid. Well, that really kind of tells you quite a bit on what we expect, and it's a good thing because they're all graduating, and we got a great deal of graduates in the apprenticeship training. I just want to say that this does work. This language is implemented in the city of Davis and Yolo County. So I urge you to supporting this language because it does work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherelle DeFields.
Following Cheryl is April Atkins.
Go ahead.
My name is Sherelle DeFields, journeyman carpenter, local 46, and I'm in favor to support and ask you for your support for this particular ordinance. My story in short is I didn't come from a broken home. I was a Gate and Mesa student from junior high through high school. I had a child early, 20 years old, and after that it became taking care of my child. Then I had 2 more kids, and then it became taking care of all the children. So I got in the Carpenters Union after my last child, and 25 years later, I'm a journeyman. I'm light years away from retiring. The union has provided me with nice benefits, college scholarships for my kids, homes, cars, all the luxuries that you want in life. I would admonish you to go with this. I know you already have to a certain point, but it really does change lives. And so far, all of my kids are high school graduates, they're college graduates. I've been able to obtain another relative, and she's on her way to graduating. She's 10 years old. And my kids, my older kids who have graduated from college are now about to extend their college life and get bachelor's and master's and all of that. So I appreciate it if you guys take good consideration and real consideration to extending this. Thank you.
Congratulations on all your success.
April Atkins, then Ken Hurst.
Good evening, Mayor, council people. My name is April Atkins. I'm a native of San Francisco. Coincidentally, lived 4 doors away from Sherelle. I started off in my apprentice program in '95. Back then, they didn't have a pre-apprentice. I went through the apprenticeship program. I finished in '95. I worked over 20 years as a journey carpenter in San Francisco. I am now a pre-apprentice instructor at Job Corps. So I implore you to support the PLA to help not only men, but especially women. Because in this industry, women make the same amount of money as the men, as carpenter, and I'm sure as all the other construction trades. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ken Hurst, and then Chris Greeny.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Ken Hurst, and I'm the president of Valley Communications. Valley Communications is a 35-year-old small business here in Sacramento who specializes in low-voltage electrical work. I'm here to speak in support of the CWTA being discussed this evening. Our firm has worked on private PLA projects, non-PLA projects, and on public projects where there was a PLA. We won the work based on our merits, regardless of union or non-union status, and worked through the process that was required. When the City of Sacramento, Turner Construction, and the Sacramento Kings developed the Golden One Center, we were selected to provide the network infrastructure for the project. This required us to work under the guidelines of the CWTA. We worked under the CWTA from 2015 through 2017, and I can tell you that the process works. Our company supplied the management and key personnel, while Local 340 supplied us with over 30 skilled communications technicians to successfully complete the project. After the completion of G1C, we chose to join NECA and the IBW because of our firsthand knowledge that we could source a well-trained workforce from the IBW and not compromise our standards. I ask you for support of this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. We're going to take two more now. I'm just going to follow through on what I said. Darrell Wu, the school board member, is here. I'd like this speaker and Mr. Wu, and then we're going to turn it to the opposition. Okay?
Okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff, my name is Chris Graney. I'm the president of the Sacramento Sierra Building Trades. I rise in support of this ordinance and urge you to support for reasons already addressed and all the vast amount of information already submitted. I would just like to say that the time that you put in to improve the community that you all represent as a whole is greatly appreciated, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much.
The final speaker in support is Darrell Wu.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Steinberg, council members and city staff, I'm Darrell Wu, First Vice President of the Sacramento City Unified School District, Trustee Area 6, which encompasses both District 5 as well as District 7. While I'm not here on official school district business, I nevertheless urge an aye vote on this matter. Sac City Unified has recently has a PLA agreement and recently lowered the threshold requirement, and it's still working well. Passage of this program is a critical element in helping the Sacramento City Unified School District to meet its commitment that all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of choices from the widest array of options. I urge your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Those who signed up in favor who did not get to speak, please stand so that we can acknowledge and recognize your presence here tonight and to say thank you very, very much for coming tonight. We appreciate it. All right, thank you. That was maybe an hour and 2 minutes. So we'll accord the same to the opposition. Let's begin.
I have one speaker that's neither for or against. It's Robert Dugan. Following Mr. Dugan is George Osborne, then Karen Young, then Doug Single.
Okay, well then we'll give Mr. Dugan 2 minutes, if you don't mind. We won't count that against the time, and then we'll begin.
Yeah, I'm not, as you know, you saw my letter. We're not registered in opposition to this measure.
Okay.
Despite the legal letter I got in contradiction and putting words in my mouth.
Well, just
want to hit a couple
minutes,
of quick
Robert.
things.
Yeah.
Robert Dugan, AGC, California, also community member, community leader. I know that the intent of what we're trying to do is absolutely critical. We've got to give the youth, especially in our impoverished neighborhoods and our underemployed and unemployed friends in those neighborhoods, a trajectory. And using PLAs like this is a very strong tool. I'm focused on the details. A couple of details. I'll only reference a couple of them. I gave you something. First of all, apprenticeships. We can't meet the demand yet, and we want to see all of us work together to help us increase the capacity and the quality of the apprenticeships that we can create for our city. And we wanted to see some of that adopted into this ordinance if possible, so that you put the feet to fire to all the partners that say they're going to deliver quality employees. Because I heard from plenty of our members, and I've only been there a couple of months, that they have a little difficulty getting those when they're forced to turn out all their employees and take all new employees. They churn a lot. A lot of folks work 3-4 days and don't make it because they're not ready. We've got to have a system that makes it work. Second item is core employees is a big issue, obviously, for our local folks that have local employees. And we'd like to see that somehow addressed as you move forward with this ordinance because we think it makes it stronger. Because at the end of the day, who wants to turn to their core employees that have already been talked about here today? Finally got a job, got 4 years on the job, finally got out of apprenticeship, and now they're told, sorry, you can't work on this job because we got to hire another local employee. That's a difficult rub that it would be nice to find a way to accommodate, and that's the reference to scope of work as well when we look at sole proprietors, when we look at the battle going on haul and off haul between labor unions, trying to work those things through. So that's what we'd love to see you do because we'd love to see this ordinance work for you to meet the needs you've identified.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Robert.
you, Mayor and
We'll
Council.
stick around for questions afterwards if need be, I hope. Okay. Let's now begin the opposition at 7:16, so hour and 2 minutes, 8:18.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm actually not here against so much as
Go ahead.
as someone with some concerns.
Okay.
As a former union employee, someone who benefited greatly from a union apprenticeship program, spent 10 years working in the trades, and am no longer a member of the union, I can appreciate this council's desire to support programs which seek, at least in principle, to encourage and foster the use of local skilled workforce for projects which rely all or in part upon public tax dollars. Every citizen of Sacramento benefits when these projects are built on time and to the highest standards of the building industry. However, I can unequivocally state that in my 50 years' experience, there's no definitive evidence to suggest that there's any discernible difference in the quality of well-trained non-union employees and their union-trained counterparts. Well-trained non-union construction workers, by the state's own statistics, make up a substantial number of the workforce. They earn annual wages when adjusted to reflect actual take-home pay, close to union scale, and work just as effectively and safely as their non-union co-workers. And despite the amazing stories that have been shared by many here of their lives being turned around by wonderful union apprenticeship programs, many of the non-union contractors in this area also train employees and work with communities that are underserved to provide equal opportunities for those employees. And by and large, both union and non-union workers work side by side in the vast majority of projects with a mutual respect for dignity, hard work, and efforts of one another. This agreement, if adopted, appears to have provisions that may treat non-union workers as second-class citizens. Specifically, those provisions which may mandate that welfare and health and welfare benefits and other similar benefits be paid directly to the union instead of to the employees. When we work on regular prevailing wage projects, our employees receive all those as wages.
Yeah, please.
If this provision is adapted, those parts of their wages will go directly to the union with no recourse for those employees to ever reimbursed for them unless they choose to join the union.
Except to receive health benefits in exchange. I mean, that's...
Those health benefits might be provided by the employer, and so we have a secondary, and by the way, most union agreements require that you be in the union for a certain amount of time before those benefits accrue to the employee. And those may not accrue during that project.
Thank you, sir. Let us make sure we hear from everybody, okay? Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Karen Young, then Doug Stingle, then Mike Hare.
Young, welcome to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Karen Young, and I served 12 years on the Sac City School Board. I read item 15 multiple times, and I'm suspicious of your proposal bypassing protocols. Local job training is a laudable goal, but coupling it with passing a project labor agreement, euphemistically called a community workforce and training agreement, seems suspect. As a trustee, I spent hours discussing PLAs, and there was no proof of benefit from the 15 to 30% increased costs. PLAs treat union and non-union contractors differently when awarding contracts. Contracts should be awarded to all contractors through a fair competitive bidding process based on merit and legal requirements without the mandate of union membership. By choice, 85% of our local construction workforce is non-union, and it's falsely claimed that they don't meet union standards because of inferior work skills, inefficiency, and bad safety records. Yet they're asked to compensate the 15 to 20% who benefit from a PLA, and this isn't fair, especially to underrepresented female or minority-owned construction companies who historically don't unionize. Your admirable goals of expanding local job opportunities, employing apprentices and veterans, is very possible without a PLA. But with a PLA, how many qualified contractors will not submit a bid if they can only use 4 of their non-union employees and not all of them? And why should a PLA deny merit shop apprentices work on capital work projects? Union membership is a personal choice and shouldn't be mandated. With budget pressures, you're asking taxpayers to support PLAs, allowing a select few to profit from million-dollar contracts. This is wrong. Taxpayer dollars need to be protected, and this complicated resolution and deceptive motion being rushed through doesn't have a lot of public input. It's unconscionable adopting a PLA and then asking voters to approve a sales tax increase. I urge you tonight to reconsider this item, slow down your process, and not approve it. Openly engage the community to study and evaluate the best construction policy for Sacramento, its taxpayers, construction workers, contractors, and importantly, merit shop apprentices. Maintain fair competition and fairness on public work construction in Sacramento.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Doug Single, Mike Hare, and then Sean Cook. Is Doug here? Following Mr. Single is Mike Hare, and then Sean Cook, then Fred Barnum.
I'm Mike Hare, veteran, proud American, proud to have raised my family here in Sacramento Valley and able to provide for them. Everything I'm hearing here, no vote doesn't take any of these opportunities away that we're talking about, but it keeps the opportunities that we have alive to be equal and to keep the American dream of fairness there. And so I urge you for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Sean Cook, then Fred Barnum.
My name is Sean Cook with Cook Engineering, local civil contractor. We've been doing projects for the city of Sacramento as a prime contractor and a subcontractor for the last 15 years. A lot of work downtown. And we are all about local hiring. We hire apprentices, we hire veterans, we hire the incarcerated, and we do all the same stuff. And I'm for these programs with the exception of the PLA. I would request voting a no on it if possible. So thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Fred Barnum, Will Davis, then Martin Ross.
Hello, I'm Fred Barnum, president and founder of Barnum and Salil Electric, a local commercial and industrial electrical contractor. We employ over 300 people right here in Sacramento. Our company was founded on Diesel Drive in Mr. Warren's district back in 1990. It was a little 1,500 square foot facility. We're now in a 60,000 square foot facility over on Main, also in Mr. Warren's district, with a 2.5 acre yard. I'm not here to speak out against union labor. We all coexist together very well. A lot of these people are my friends. I enjoy working with them, and they're great tradespeople. But we also have great tradespeople. I still have the first 10 people that I hired in 1990 that still work for my firm. There's many projects that we do. The fulfillment center right next to the airport, that was done by my firm. The electrical was performed there. The theater project downtown, here recently converted, that was done by my firm. We do a lot of high-end work throughout the state. There's been some really great stories here tonight, and I'm very compassionate about those stories. And I feel great because I know, being a guy who came through the construction industry, I came up through the trades as an electrician right out of high school. I really can see the advantages that people have going through apprenticeship programs. But we have those same stories in my organization. I have people that were felons on the verge of going through 3 strikes that are now running work in our company. There's a lot of great things that are going in the non-union merit shops. And that's not to disparage one union employee, because I think they're all great. We're all great construction workers. We coexist together. But with the PLA, you basically exclude my company with 300 local people from bidding any projects in the city of Sacramento that are taxpayer funded. And I don't think you should do that. Our employees should have the same opportunity as these wonderful union people here. That's all we're asking. You know what? We're construction guys. Let us fight it out in the trenches, and whoever has the most competitive complete bid, get the job. Thank you very much.
Will Davis, then Martin Ross.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Will Davis. I am a graduate of the Salvation Army ARC program. I am a master plumber. And if you don't know what the Salvation Army is, you haven't been gifted with the blessed act of desperation. So, why am I here? To just share a little bit of my journey. I'm a 60-year-old man. I've had 35-year-old drug history. I belong to the local 36 in San Francisco. That's where I learned the skill to stay a drug addict. So, with that, at that school, I didn't learn any ethics, any values. I didn't learn how to live. This is what the Salvation Army did for me. They gave me direction. They graciously supported me in my effort and my journey to Christ. And I believe who He say He is. And He delivered me from the pit. And my vow is to help any of God's people. So that's why I'm here. The ability to change. All these programs will help you change. We just need to impose a little ethics, values, and, a little religion. I am a child of Christ. So, with that said, the Salvation Army introduced me to the ABC electrical program. I am one of its first graduates. I now know how to electrically wire residential or businesses, and I have a plumbing skill. I'm for any program that will put any disenfranchised youth or disadvantaged person to work immediately without jumping through the red hoops. We love challenges because we have a strength in God. So please vote your hearts and your desires for change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Martin Ross. I'm a major with the Salvation Army. And I'm here as representing the Salvation Army. I'm just going to read a statement. One of the nation's and Sacramento's lead organizations for advocating for the poor and the disenfranchised. And as friends to everyone here, not to take a position as we are neutral. The Salvation Army has a neutral position. And I think everyone knows this, but as one of our slogans says often, we are trying to do the most good. As we are pro getting people back to work, whether they are union or non-union. One of my stellar first session construction training graduates, Will Davis, which you just heard, he's now gainfully employed and in a career, and we're just here to share our testimonials about the partnerships of those that we have worked with and the many that we would like to work with in the future. But one of the organizations that has had a specific and successful relationship with us since the beginning of our ventures in workforce development has been ABC NorCal, which is the Associated Builders and Contractors of Northern California, for a pre-apprentice program. Those who have graduated from our program, like Will, from our workforce development program, female or male, are at a 80 to 90% success rate for employment in careers and not returning back to addictive behavior when we have coupled holistic development, jobs with job training, and transitional housing, so that, which is all privately funded. We have seen similar results for our culinary arts training program, where we've had over 150 to 200 graduates at an 80 to 90% success rate. We are here to help advocate for those who need a hand up and not a handout in career employment, and that's the only purpose that we're here. Just as we advocate at times for people in court, we're now advocating for people with employment, and that's important to us, with various storied backgrounds. I'm just about finished here. ABC NorCal, a nonprofit, has helped the Salvation Army forge a way to create some innovative strategies to help those very much in need of a second chance. They and their members have been great friends to the Salvation Army in trying to help people move forward to get work in skilled labor shortage areas, whichever labor direction they decide. They are helping the Salvation Army give a hand up and not a handout. We're grateful to ABC NorCal and with everyone here, whether they're union or non-union, in helping Sacramento and America get back to work again. We hope our testimonials have been helpful in your decision-making, and we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker is John Kabantek, Joe Lubas, and then Nicole Goring.
John here?
John Kabatek, Joe Lubas.
He's coming.
Following Mr. Lubas is Nicole Goring, and then Stacy King.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Joe Lubas. I'm with ABC NorCal. Just first off, just want to say I urge you all to vote against the PLA. The PLA will prohibit local residents from working in their city and push them out of work. Furthermore, as a result of that, the homeless situation will increase in the area, and don't take away the rights from local taxpayers. Let the taxpayers build it if they're paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nicole Goring with Associated Builders and Contractors. We operate a state and federally approved apprenticeship program. Our apprentices are unilateral. So unilateral by virtue of the PLA agreement in section 9.4.2. Our state and federally approved apprentices will not be able to work on these projects due to the word joint that's listed in the project labor agreement. I urge you to remove that word so that you allow for opportunities for all workers in this community to continue to build their community and work on these projects. For over 100 years, you didn't need a PLA and you received quality workmanship on your project, and you could count on your workforce. Thank you for that opportunity, for allowing the local workforce to build their community. Why the sudden change all of a sudden that we now want to limit opportunities and increase barriers and deplete programs that are already serving this community and no longer giving them opportunities? Furthermore, this PLA on the Golden One Center had a threshold of $558 million. Now we're looking at a threshold of $1 million. I thought PLAs were originally constructed for complex construction projects. Now we want to place a PLA on everything on projects over $1 million. And in addition to that, in the Sacramento Convention Center documents that went out for bid, there's a different draft PLA in there that has a separate threshold and is not even allowing for any core workers, any company's core workers who are part of this community to work on these projects. I strongly encourage you to be fair, play fair, no PLA, let the community continue to build their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy King, then Ariel Exposo, and then Casey Fargo. Okay, John?
Hello, I'm Stacy King. I'm Operations Manager at Berg Electric here in our Northern California region. We touched on a few projects tonight. Obviously, the Golden One Center is a crown jewel of Sacramento. Could I see a raise of hands if you're equally as proud of the Sawyer Hotel next door?
We're not doing Q&A with the members. Please give your testimony here. Okay?
I bring that project up as Berg Electric worked side by side with union and non-union contractors on that project. And again, I think a shining jewel of Sacramento. It was brought up earlier, the Sacramento train station. There was no PLA on that project, and again, we worked hand in hand on that project. Additionally, it was also brought up the San Diego courthouse. There was a PLA on that project. Berg Electric was the one who signed that PLA at the urging of the general contractor. far above my pay grade. The JCC looks at that project as a shiny new building that they got out of it. But from my perspective, it was not a positive project. If the language that you guys are considering for this particular PLA is kept, I am unable to provide for our workforce employment. Basically what you're saying is take the 80-plus electricians that were on the Sawyer Hotel, set them on the bench, and if I have a project like that, I have to buy or go with union workers. Or in some cases where I am able to use my core workers, what is the benefit to them? At the end of the project, their retirement fund, they are not vested anymore. What happens to that? Additionally, with various languages of PLAs, those core workers may have to sign union agreements in which they may have to pay dues. And that is less on their paycheck than they would have seen on any other open project.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Ariel Esposo with TSB Painting, and then Casey Fargo, then Matthew McKinney.
Hi, Eric Pacey with TSB Painting, Vice President. We've been in the area for 40 years. Lots of workers live in Sacramento. We have several apprentices that wouldn't be allowed to work on the project if this goes through. This is unfair. It's discriminatory. I urge you to revise the wording in the agreement so it's fair for all my workers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Casey Fargo, Matthew McKinney, then Eric Christian.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, city staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Not as a Sacramento resident, but as someone who's worked in the county prior and also has been employed with Helix Electric for almost 5 years now. An apprenticeship graduate from Associated Builders and Contractors, one of those unilateral contracting associations that would be left out of this agreement if approved. It's interesting that it comes up. I appreciated Will Davis's testimony. I'm also a believer in Christ, but what it happens is my family would be taken away from if this was approved, right? We would not have the same opportunity to work in the communities that we serve. San Joaquin County had something similar to this. They did not pass it. I'd like you to visit them if you so desire to investigate this fully. It may be that the proposals say that the training is better, but there's no proof that the joint is better than the unilateral. It may be that they say that safety is better, but there's no proof that safety is better in the joint versus the unilateral apprenticeship programs. And it may be that the PLA is serving to continue to keep the market share that the joint programs have. And we heard a little bit about that with the 90% workers in the county being union, only 10% non-union. So in my opinion, I would urge you all to vote no or change the language to include unilateral in the agreements that you're proposing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew McKinney, then Eric Christian, and Deborah Mouse.
Good evening. My name is Matthew McKinney. I work for Iron Mechanical, a Sacramento-based company. I was born and raised in Sacramento, and I've always worked in Sacramento. I believe with this PLA, it could possibly push me out of a job. Right now, I am in the PHCC apprenticeship program, and pretty much they're saying that that's not good enough or qualified well enough for me to work on some of these projects if the PLA passes. So I would urge you to vote no. Thank you very much.
Christian, Deborah Mouse, and then Katie Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Eric Christian. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. Started 19 years ago in this city to oppose project labor agreements. That's all we do, comprised of union and non-union contractors. If nothing happens tonight, you continue to bid projects as you have for the life of the city. Open, fair, lowest competitive bidder gets the project. Unions can compete, non-union workers can compete. If you approve under the guise and under the rhetoric of local hire, and if I could just read really quickly what the local hire provision that the unions have inserted says, the unions will exert their utmost efforts to recruit sufficient numbers of skilled craft persons and apprentices to fulfill the requirements of the contractor to meet the local area resident hiring objectives of the agreement. The local area residents referred by the unions must possess the requisite skills and qualifications required for the position to be filled, and such referral shall be in accordance with the law and consistent with the local union's hiring hall rules and procedures. They will exert their utmost efforts to recruit sufficient numbers. This is weak and embarrassing sauce. That's what you get in exchange for the following. Rexmoor, the largest electrical contractor in the city, all local residents, over 800 of them, they're workers, and they're only allowed 4 of them under your PLA. What does that have to do with anything? Why would you limit local workers? There's over 800 of them for one company. Why would you limit them to 4? They have to pay union health welfare pension plans they'll never benefit from. Why is that part of a local hire provision that's going to make it impossible for local workers to be rewarded for the work that they do? They have to come through a union hiring hall, but that's not how they operate. Non-union apprenticeship is banned explicitly. Why is that part of an agreement that's supposed to be about local hire? Have you visited the local non-union apprenticeship programs? Have you even stepped foot in them to see how they operate? Why would you ban these young men and women from being able to have a right to work? Rethink this and do it right. Thank you.
Deborah, and then Katie Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, council members, staff. Please be very clear. Well, first, my name is Deborah Moss. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Contractors of California. Her office is located here in Sacramento out in the Cal Expo area. Let me be perfectly clear that PHCC supports local hire. Our California chapter represents the industry within the state of California, and we have a Sacramento Valley chapter with over 24 member contractors in the immediate Sacramento area employing all local employees. The opposition is about the structure of the project labor agreement that sets up a disadvantaged structure for the merit shop employee to be put to work. PHCC provides accredited training. At our Cal Expo facility, we have a state Department of Apprenticeship standards as well as a federal Department of Labor approved program. This is the same oversight and evaluation that any other training program approved by these agencies have. We are a unilateral committee, not a joint. PHCC trains in the community groups that are promoted in this PLA, such as the formerly incarcerated and underrepresented populations. The merit shop industry represents up to 80% of the trades workforce, and these are employees that have made their own choice about whom they choose to work for. PHCC supports open and fair competition. This is about giving the trades worker the freedom to choose whom they work for and as well have the opportunity to build their community. We ask for a seat at the table and the opportunity to bid on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Kerr, and then Caleb Inichin, and then Brendan Bauer.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Katie Kerr. I'm a business development executive at Iron Mechanical. We are a local Sacramento-based company that employs over 250 local employees. In fact, our office is just a couple blocks that way. We oppose this measure. We hire local. We send our employees to apprenticeship and training programs. We provide a robust salary and benefits package to employees. We proudly and actively employ veterans and formerly incarcerated people. We are proud of our projects and proud of our employees, and we urge you to vote no on this measure. Thank you.
Caleb, then Brendan Barber, then Ian Nixon.
Good evening, Council. Katie Kerr actually recruited me. I work for Iron Mechanical as well. I'm a veteran and a Sacramento native. She and our company, they actively seek out veterans. They actively seek out individuals within our community, as well as projects within our community. And I would like you guys to continue to allow us to do so on a fair and even playing field. Thank you.
Brendan Barber, Ian Nixon, then Susan Smith.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Barber. I'm with Iron Mechanical. We're a locally owned and operated company with over 250 employees. This PLA would make our company's employees be forced to travel away from their homes and their families. I think, union or not, we all endure struggles, and we equally deserve to work locally, and that's why I vote no on this. Thanks.
Ian Nixon, Susan Smith, and then Wade Deedy.
Hi, my name is Ian Nixon, PHCC graduate. I joined the PHCC just out of high school, did everything correct, now journeyman. I'm a foreman with Iron Mechanical. I've done everything right. I should not be punished for any of that. Let me work in my city. Thank you.
Susan
Good
Smith.
evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a business owner. I'm a woman business owner. I've been a mechanical contractor for 15 years. I'm not signatory to a union. I have crew that's mixed. My crew, I have technicians, I have fabricators, and I have installers. I do HVAC work. I work on restaurants. I'm strictly commercial. My problem with this is that I believe it's very discriminatory against merit shops. The core workforce, the way the building trades in this agreement have defined contractors and unions, when you read it and it says contractors, you think of all contractors, union and non-union. This specifically calls contractors, we are the merit shop. And union is only the union contractors. And in that way, they have used discriminatory language to exclude us. If contractors are listed under your local hire section, and under that section, they have requirements that are very different from union contractors. For one is the core requirements. If it's such a good thing, then why are unions excluded from core requirements? I know my crews. To be successful on a project, I need my crew. The one gentleman who came up here and did a successful contract with the unions, and he was admin. He didn't use his contractors. He didn't use all of his staff. He used his admin staff. That's discriminatory. Also, we have to divide by a number of hours in each trade, and for me, I have to send my people to the union and they send them back to me. I have to have 2,000 hours in a particular trade. I don't do that with my crews. I don't calculate their hours in each trade. My guys do everything and they're great, and we build a lot of restaurants and city buildings, and we don't have a problem with it. Please change the language in this. Thank you.
Wayne Deedy, then Jason Pengel, then Carter Pierce. Wayne here. Jason Pengel. Following Jason is Carter Pierce.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jason Pengel. I am a vice president for a local, very well-qualified merit shop electrical contractor named Helix Electric. I'm also in strong favor of a local hire program and a strong apprenticeship program, and we have both. That said, I cannot be more against a project labor agreement. We see these all over the place. We fight them all over the place. They're wrong, they're discriminatory. and they're exclusionary. Both myself and those dedicated and skilled workers of the Merit Shop community, we're local workers, our families go to school here, our kids are involved in activities here, we hang out with our fellow union buddies outside of work here. This issue is about politics and not common sense. In no way am I advocating, nor do I think anybody else who's advocating against signing a project labor agreement, in no way am I advocating that union contractors should not be able to perform work on any city contract. I'm simply asking that we all have a fair and reasonable ability to compete for those projects. Our skilled workers have worked on many great projects throughout the city and the county, including projects such as Sacramento County Airport, the Big Build, Downtown State Office Buildings 8 and 9, the Sacramento County Corporate Yard, and on and on and on. I'm certain that no supervisor or any other agency representative will say these projects were not very successful. And you know what? They were completed with both union and non-union contractors working side by side. That is actually what happens. I ask you to do the right thing for all the taxpayers, your constituents, and the entire community by allowing all contractors to compete on work in this great city and not just the few that are politically connected. Thank you.
Carter Pierce, Eric Vassy, and then Thomas Vassy. Is Carter here? Eric Vassy. Let's see, Thomas Vassy.
Sir?
And then David Childress.
Vassy?
Richard
Come
Markson.
Eric already spoke. He's my son. Okay. Tom Basie, counsel with TSV Painting. I started my company in Sacramento 41 years ago. We have 15 to 20 full-time employees. Most of my employees have been with me for 25 to 30 years. We are strongly against PLAs. They're discriminatory. We have graduated more than 15 apprentices in California state-approved apprenticeship programs. Our entire workforce is 100% skilled and trained. And as the SMUD gentleman spoke earlier about the PLA project they had on the SMUD building, it was $30 million over budget, and they had to rebid it. We were allowed to rebid it on the second time because it allowed us to bid on it. If you put this language into this ordinance, we won't be able to bid on your projects. We won't. We refuse to lay off all of our employees and hire union workers. We just won't do it. Thank you for your time.
Dave Childress, Richard Markuson, and then Randy Hayden. Dave here? No. Richard Markuson, and Randy Hayden, and then Victor Mundy.
Mayor and council and staff, Richard Markuson here on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association. And actually, in response to one of the questions, Mayor Steinberg actually did come out and visit WECA, visited the lab and the classrooms. A couple of the speakers have addressed or spoken about what happens to the core workforce, which your PLA does provide for core workers under a project labor agreement when they are forced to go under it. I'm sure Mayor Steinberg and Mr. Harris and Mr. Warren understand how prevailing wage works. It's based upon a total wage package. The handout that you're receiving shows the comparison between the PLA and the non-PLA work. The total package for an inside wireman, that's a commercial electrician, adds up to $69.24. Then you subtract from that benefit payments, payments to other funds. For instance, the local health and welfare contribution is $11.63. Pension contribution of $6.70, a training contribution of $1.24. The other contribution, which is kind of a union slush fund, is $8.22, contract administration of 64 cents, and dues of 20 cents. That results in a take-home pay of $40.60 for that core worker under a PLA. Without the PLA, it's still the 6924. Most of the benefits that are provided, the health benefits that are provided right now are about $7 an hour, $6.70 the pension contribution, $1.24 for training, but none of the other deductions are made. So the take-home pay for that worker is $60.93. You subtract the $40 that they would have received under the PLA, you are costing the Corps workers $20.32 per hour to work on your city PLA project. That's unreasonable.
I don't think your math adds up here. I'm looking at this. We've known each other a long time, Mr. Markison, but what you just said is that the contract administration is $8.22.
No.
Hold on, 64 cents, the dues 20 cents. That adds up to about $9, and you say that they're taking them $20 of less pay. Those numbers don't add up to me.
No, if you subtract $11.63, $6.70, $1.24, $8.22, and 64 cents, you'll come up with $40.81.
But you're getting health and welfare, you're getting pension, you're getting training dollars. That counts as real compensation for people.
Well, if you look at the other column, Mr. Mayor, health and welfare is provided, but at a lower premium, $7.08.
And a lower benefit, I'm sure, too.
No, that's actually a gold HMO program with a local provider for the worker and his family. That's about...
Please, everybody.
That's about $1,200 a month for a package, and I'm sure that your folks will calculate whether that's reasonable or not. What happens is that the worker doesn't have to pay the $8.22 into the other contribution. They get the difference between $11 and $7 for the medical benefit, and they don't have to pay dues or the contract administration fee. The numbers prove out, and this is what the cost is for the Corps worker who is permitted by your PLA to work. They lose money. This is unreasonable. This doesn't work to the benefit of workers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming.
Randy Hayden, Victor Mundy, and then Joan Baez. Randy, Victor, Joan, and then Lee Sanders.
Hello. My name is Randy Hayden. I work for Iron Mechanical. We're a non-union company. I've been in the trades for about 12 years as a structural fabricator. With my apprenticeship, I've acquired enough skills to where I've flown from state to state for specialty projects. I work here locally, and to have this PLA in place would really be a shame. We'd lose a lot of workers. So I vote no, and thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Mundy, and I bet it's Juan Baez.
My name is Victor Mundy. I'm a 20-year non-union construction worker. I work for a local Sacramento non-union contractor, and I disagree with this PLA agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
And is it Juan Baez, Lee Sanders, then Steve Sutton?
Good evening. My name is Juan Baez. I work for Iron Mechanical. I'm born and raised in Sacramento, 47 now. I've been doing well for myself, my family. Always working non-union. I won't work non-union because I don't like giving my money to somebody else. I've never had the representation. All I see, well, I have worked for some union shops, which I've never seen any kind of representation from them. All I see is brand new cars come in every time they come and try to represent. That's all I see from them. That's why I won't work for union. I'm doing fine. I make good wages, enough to support my family. But if you guys do this, what you guys are trying to do, you guys are going to put a lot of small businesses out of, no one's going to be able to work around here. I mean, it's just not right. It's not fair. Level out the playground, the playfield. That's all I ask for. Everybody be fine. Union and non-union, we can work together. It's been proven. We built high rises. I've worked everywhere. I mean, I've worked Aerojet. I've worked a lot of government places.
Thank you, sir.
It's going to hurt the people who live here.
Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate you.
Lee Sanders, Steve Sutton, and Bobby Grilly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Lee Sanders. I've been working for Barnum and Slow Electric for 18 years, non-union contractor. I've been through the IBEW apprenticeship program, which is a very good program, and I've also been on the apprenticeship board for the union in Alaska and also on the board of the apprenticeship here in Sacramento. The quality of the program of WICA here in Sacramento is one of the best in the country. The City Council needs to visit the facility to see themselves how we teach and train our apprentices. And like they said, the mayor did get to visit our facility. Barnum and Slolo has been in business since 1990. We do projects from $1 million to $30 million. We've done Amazon projects, Topgolf, FedEx, Walmart, Kohl's, shopping centers, schools, theaters, and worked right side by side with the union. And we've had very good rapport. We figure there's 87% of the work in Sacramento is done by non-union workers. We have been successful from being a 2 to 3 man shop to become one of the largest electrical contractors in Sacramento. And it was pretty hard to get there, and we've done a hell of a job with the non-union people that we hire. And we hire basically felons and different things that let them start their life all over again. You know, I heard a lot of the people saying their problems. We have the same situation, and we put them to work. We have about 300 employees, and we're locally owned and operated. Our employees live, pay taxes, and vote in Sacramento. But you want to stop our company from bidding work here in our own city of Sacramento. And then for us to lay off our local tax-paying and voting employees that have worked for years and paid taxes and have supported Sacramento area. Most of the PLA agreements end up with out-of-town contractors doing the work in Sacramento. And all I say is we want to see you to vote against it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Steve Sutton, Bobby Grilly, Renee Schaefer.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm Steve Sutton. I'm a California certified journeyman. I work for Barnum and Solello. Some of the things that I'm seeing are we need to be able to all have a good base of competitiveness, non-union, union. One of the things that I'm seeing is our people in our company are pretty well taken care of. We have great benefits. We have retirement packages available. We have all of these things. We're paid well, always handled well. I think I speak for probably hundreds of guys that my coworkers. So what I really would like to see is a no vote on this PLA. It's just seems destructive to our capabilities of competitiveness and our tax dollars spent as well. So thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Bobby Grilly, Renee Schaefer, Steve Litzensinger.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Bobby Grilly, and I've been privileged enough to work for Barnum and Solello Electric for over 5 years. I worked for Merit Shop Electrical Contractors for over 17 years. PLA mandates prevent licensed, bonded, state-certified, industry-proven, and highly trained quality contractors to provide competitive bids to taxpayers. Why? BCE employees live and work in the greater Sacramento area. Why should they be excluded from bidding quality projects which their own tax dollars incentivize? BCE and its employees work hard to create relationships with the community, its clients. We base those relationships on trust, exceeding expectations, and a commitment to client needs from conception to completion. BCE is a merit shop. What is a merit shop? It's a belief that with free enterprise, uninhibited by government overregulation or interference, provides the best opportunity for quality individuals to excel in their craft. It is a competitive way of doing business that encourages fair play, economic growth, and job creation. It is a principle which rewards personal incentive, skill, and drive to succeed. We have done that here in Sacramento. Merit shops work hard to deliver knowledge, skills, and abilities that are competitive. Taxpayers should expect their bids to be the same. I strongly oppose mandating a PLA for projects in the city of Sacramento, and I strongly encourage you to reconsider this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Renee Schaefer, then Steve Litzensinger, then Victor Anthony Mundy.
My name's Renee Schaefer. I am with S.W. Allen Construction here in Sacramento. I'm part owner of the company. We've been in business for over 30 years, and we do predominantly competitive bidding work here, prevailing wage work, and we've done a lot of work in Sacramento. We've done work at American River College, at Sac State, at Sac City College. If we have a PLA in Sacramento, we will not be able to bid. We will not bid any more work in Sacramento. We have a core of employees that would not be able to work on those jobs. All of the companies all of our subcontractors that are non-union, they would not be able to bid on this work. They want to be able to have their own core employees work on their projects. As far as local hires, our employees are local hires. Our subcontractors have local employees working. The wages are all the same for us and the union shops. We all pay the same wages from the collective bargaining agreement, so it's not like the union employees are going to be making more money or less money. We all make the same money. We all work together well. I don't really understand why this is up for discussion. I don't understand why a PLA is necessary here in Sacramento. As far as the employment opportunities for youth, I think that it's wonderful the things that we were hearing with this organization SRCC, and I hope that continues, but I don't know how that affects PLAs. We want to have a level playing field for all contractors. Whoever is able to put out the best bid in the competitive bidding process is the contractor that should be able to do the job. And they are already built-in WBE, MBE, women-owned, minority-owned businesses, disadvantaged businesses already have consideration in the bids that we do and the public works bids. And without having the non-union shops, you're going to have increased costs because you're going to reduce the competition. So we hope that you do not vote for a PLA in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Litzinger, then Victor Anthony Mundy.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Stephen Litzinger, and I'm a project engineer for a local merit shop, Helix Electric. I am a Sacramento native and continue to live in the Sacramento area. PLAs will prohibit me from working in my community and force me to go elsewhere. With 85% of the construction workforce being non-union, this policy will displace a large amount of workers to the Bay Area. We ask that you please allow local workers, all local workers, to continue to build our community, and please vote no on this PLA.
Thank you for coming tonight, sir.
Victor Anthony Mundy. Let's see, Victor Quincy Clopton Jr., then Craig DeLuz. Quincy here. Craig DeLuz.
See Craig.
Okay. Following Craig is Kenny Sadler.
How many more?
Craig Powell.
We have 7.
7 more minutes. Thank
7
you.
minutes?
Yes.
Deleuze, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, Craig Deleuze. I'm actually about to start serving my 5th term on the Roble Elementary School District Board of Trustees in District 2, represented by Councilman Warren. So we've had our fair share of public projects. And one of the concerns that I have is that I understand why you want to do this. You want to promote local, good-paying jobs, and you wanted people to be able to develop job skills. The challenge that I have with this particular proposals with union-only project labor agreements is that they don't necessarily do that. With 85% of the overall construction workforce being non-union, what you're saying is that 85% is no longer going to be able to participate, those who live within the city of Sacramento, on projects that their taxpayer dollars are going to fund. Additionally, you say that you want to hire locally, but state law prohibits you from being able to put things specifically in place to require local hire, which is why you have goals with absolutely no teeth behind them. Additionally, we want to create diversity. But 90% of African American and other minority-owned contractors are merit shop contractors, meaning they would not be able to participate on any project over $1 million. I don't think anyone here is against the idea of local training and getting young people, helping people to develop careers and jobs. I don't think anybody here is against hiring local. I don't think anybody here is against the idea of making sure that we're providing quality projects. But I think that everyone here wants to know that all workers within the city of Sacramento have an opportunity. You represent all Sacramentans, not just those who are members of a labor union. You represent all, and all deserve to have an opportunity to work for their city. Thank you.
Kenny Sadler, Craig Powell, then Mark Rissy.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kenny Sadler. I am a Vice President of Community Economic Development Strategy with the California Urban Partnership. And as you may know, we work to empower communities of color to fight for economic security at the local, state, and national levels. We want to urge you, we want to encourage you to slow down and thoroughly reconsider this PLA. We're not convinced that the data is available that suggests that Black and other minority communities or contractors, I should say, are benefiting or being helped from this sort of an agreement. And we want to simply ask that you would allow us some time to sit down and work out a more equitable agreement, and that you would even allow the city's new equity director to sit down with stakeholders and to walk through this thing line by line and consider it from an equity perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Craig Powell, Mark Rissy, Kenny, Craig is no longer here, Mark Risey, then Cameron Jansen, and then Doug Single.
Hello, my name is Mark Rissy. My grandfather started a plumbing business here in Sacramento in the 40s. We've had decades and generations of construction workers going through my family forever, all working non-union. I currently work at Iron Mechanical, and we have 250 employees, and any one of them could leave at any time, go to union, non-union, or whatever they want to do, but they stay, and they stay because everybody's treated right. They're treated fair, and they're family. So I just ask you simply, don't let this happen because it'll hurt my family. All right, thank you.
Sure. We're going to take 3 more, and then that'll be equal time, and then I'll ask the remaining opponents who are signed up to stand up as I did with the proponents. Sir?
Cameron?
3 more.
Hi, my name's Doug Single. I've been in construction for about 25 plus years, 30 years. I've been a member of the union. I'm currently non-union, and I would like to keep the right for us to have an equal playing ground in this matter. I just urge you to look at everything real close and the wording on it, and that's all. Thank you.
Can I confirm Cameron Jansen,
Not here.
John Kabanek, Steve Bondi? Thank you. I have no more speakers.
Okay, so, sir?
Yes, I'm Steve Biondi.
You're
You called
Steve
me?
Biondi.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. You are the
All
last
right, I
speaker
get
then,
to
sir.
finish off.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my family came here, my grandfather came here in 1941 with a dump truck, and so our family's been in the business for 70 years. My grandfather, my father, they were union. It was back in the time when you were just, that's the way it worked. And when when my father had an untimely sickness, and he died when I was like 22 years old, and it was like, oh, you know, it's like I had learned, I apprenticed it from great laborers, a gentleman who just died. He fought in Normandy Beach. And anyways, I couldn't afford to start my business as a union shop. But over the last 31 years, I've done, my company's done into the thousands of successful projects. And we've done we're very proud to be working for the city of Sacramento. And I want to tell you this, Mayor Steinberg, that these PLAs are very effective. And how they're effective is just what I've seen over the years when the city of Stockton, the minute they put up a PLA project with this super low threshold, now you're at $1 million now. I quit looking. I just turned my head. This member here of the city Sacramento board.
Please address the
I was so proud to used to do work for the city school district, and they started lowering the thresholds, and now they're down to $500,000. Well, guess what? I'm not looking at your work anymore, and so I implore you. You know, I've been in this game a long time, but if you want to go lower these thresholds and just knock us all out of it, that's what you're going to do. And it's unfair, just like these people have said. Our employees have a right to choose how they wish to be employed, and you need to honor that.
Thank you, Mr. Biondi. There's one more person signed up who we didn't get to, so I'd like to make sure that the last person gets heard here.
David DeLuz is our last speaker.
It was Craig.
David
That was
DeLuz
Craig.
is our last speaker.
David DeLuz.
There's actually two of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here today. I just come to you asking you to really take your time in looking at this project labor agreement. My concern is the same, I think, as Mr. Biondi and some of the other folks, that the threshold for this program is so low that you're creating barriers to employment for folks who otherwise might not be able to work in the city of Sacramento. For my entire career, since I came to Sacramento, I have been an advocate for organized labor. I support a worker's right to organize and unionize, but I also support a man and a woman's right to earn a living. And if we're going to pay tax dollars in the city of Sacramento, we should be able, any person that wants to work on a job in the city of Sacramento should have that right. And by creating an opportunity, by creating this particular project, this particular agreement with the low threshold that you have, and the unenforceable goals, there's no teeth to it. My concern is that you're going to have whole swaths of your communities that you're trying to help are not going to be able to get a job building out our great city. And that's a problem and that's a challenge. And I just want to encourage you to reconsider some of the elements that are in this agreement. I want to see everyone that wants to work be able to work, that wants to build Sacramento. I want them to have an opportunity to do that. I want to see minority and small businesses and women-owned businesses to be able to have an opportunity to contribute as much as the larger firms. And I'll just leave you with this. I have 8 seconds. If there were a project labor agreement, I wonder if Tykert Construction would have been able to start their business and do the things that they've done over the last 150 years here in the great city of Sacramento.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuz. All right. Let us begin the questioning. I'm going to begin here because I want to ask just some basic factual threshold questions and then allow the advocacy here to go back and forth. And I'd like Ms. Cabral and Mr. Cardozo to please come on up here for a moment representing the trades. There's been a lot of talk about the hiring hall here. And so my threshold question is this proposal a union-only participation process? And here's how I understand it as the layperson, and I want you to tell me whether I got it and to add some more detail. As I understand it, that non-union contractors in other cities under these agreements regularly participate in the bidding and the work, and that the employees of the non-union contractors, their only requirement to work under the project is to go to the union hiring hall and to sign up, and that the union hiring hall is prohibited from barring them from signing up so long as they meet the minimum qualifications. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. The agreement expressly allows for 4 designated employees, but any other qualified employee of a open shop contractor is authorized to register at the hiring hall, and the hiring hall operates under rules federal that are governed by federal law, and they're required, they are prohibited from discriminating in job referrals based on union membership.
And the the individual who does so just for the particular project. They don't just lose their status with their non-union employer, correct? Okay, I just wanted to...
The other half of that with regard to the contractor themselves is that Public Contract Code Section 2500 governs the contents of a project labor agreement, specifically cites that you cannot exclude a non-union contractor from bidding on a project covered under a PLA because it is a public works project. And I should let you know that statistically, non-union contractors make up about actually 60% of the contractors that successfully bid on projects underneath of PLAs.
That's the next question, just your factual. And again, I'm going to allow the other side, if they disagree with any of the factual characterizations you make, to be able to rebut this. But you cite in your letter a couple of examples that in the city of Seattle, a 2018 study found that under their project labor agreement, similar to what's being proposed here today, that more than half of all subcontracts went to open shop contractors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you cite a similar study in Riverside, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so what you just said, Ms. Cabral, a moment ago about the majority of work is actually bid successfully by non-union contractors, what universe are you describing when you make that, that is the basis for that statement?
The universe is actually just, when you say universe, it's...
Who are you talking about when you say the majority? If I heard it right, you said the majority of bids are actually won by non-union contractors?
By a non-union contractor, that's
For what,
correct.
and what universe are you talking about? In California?
Yes, in California, statistically, that is a statistical fact across the board, regardless of the type of municipality that it's being bid to.
And over what period of time?
It covers the time range would be different depending on the actual entity itself that was studied and looked at. So if it was LA Unified School District, it covered from, say, 2008 all the way through 2015. If you're looking at, a different public entity, it may be a narrower slice in time, but it's consistent across the board.
Mr. Marcus, I'm going to give you a shot in a minute, okay? Second issue, wage and hour compliance. I just want to understand the facts from, again, the Department of Industrial Relations, or at least where you interpret it. You said that the non-union workforce that aren't subject to the PLA
Yeah, this was a
represents?
reference to the member contractors of the Associated Builders and Contractors, the ABC, who is here tonight. And they have approximately 1,156 contractor members. And that represents 0.4% of the licensed contractors, the 345,000 licensed contractors in the state. And according to the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement, that 0.4% of the contractors represented 24% of all wage and hour violations on public works projects.
Okay. Third issue, and again, I'll let Mr. Markison on all of this. On the apprenticeship graduation, which is a key piece, right? Because there's history here. Is it your position numbers-wise, the facts that in Sacramento County there are 2,000 registered apprentices under the building trades and only about 300 under the the building trade category?
Correct.
And what percentage of apprentices do you graduate from the building trade side historically?
The 90% of the apprentices that are being turned out in this county are coming from the joint labor management
90% of the overall universe are coming from
the joint programs.
Okay.
And I could address the joint program issue a little bit.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, the reference to the joint programs rather than the unilaterals, it's a standard provision in workforce agreements like this. The rationale for it is that the state law standards, the DIR standards, establish minimum standards, but when a jurisdiction is acting in its proprietary capacity like this, it has an ability to mandate specific programs. The joint programs go beyond the unilateral programs, both in terms of graduation rates, number of apprentices being turned out. So in this county, for example, we're talking about maybe 90% of the apprentices are from the joint programs, but close to 100% of the women and people of color who are moving through the apprenticeship programs are coming from the joint programs. And that's one of the reasons that the jurisdictions have opted to reference the joint programs as a requirement in these agreements.
Okay, thank you.
One final point is that any worker can go and register in an apprenticeship program without regard to union status. And again, there are enrollment standards and requirements enforced by the state, and you cannot discriminate based on union status.
So again, for a particular, if a non-union worker was interested in a particular project, an apprentice, they could sign up under the...
They could enroll in the program,
enroll in
and they
that
cannot
program.
discriminate in terms of the admission standards.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Oseguera here, our city auditor? Come on up for a minute, please. I want to ask you one factual question here, sir. This is our city auditor, Jorge Oseguera. You did the audit of the Golden One Center, which is our one live experience here around this almost exact agreement with a few different changes. There have been a lot of talk here about, I'm paraphrasing, the softness of the local hiring requirement, that it's not mandatory, it has to be a good faith effort because state law prohibits a mandate. So in the one experience you've had, the Golden One, you audited the local hiring follow-through, did you not?
Correct.
And you reviewed payroll records?
That is correct.
Okay, and you found that 81% of the apprentices and 66% of the journey-level workers were in fact local area residents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else you want to add about that particular finding regarding compliance with the local hiring portion of the Golden One Center agreement?
I think in working with SETA, who was helping in ensuring that we had adequate documentation for being able to verify the compliance with the local hiring requirements, they were able to learn from that experience and improve the documentation that was needed in order to go through that verification process. So I'm optimistic that if this program were to continue, that they would continue to improve upon that program and improve on the ability to document those types of compliance issues so that this information could continue to be audited in the future.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marcuson, are you let me just ask, are you the designated spokesperson for the opposition here?
No, I just volunteered, sir.
Okay.
If
I just want to
anyone
make
else would
sure,
like to-
I know you and you're a good spokesperson, but I just
anyone
want to
else
make
would
sure
like to
that
come-
that you are speaking for the coalition.
I would certainly encourage anyone else to come
Well,
up.
but we've had the public testimony,
I
so I
appreciate
want to,
that.
okay.
All right.
So I'll let you go through real quickly, and we're not going to, I'm going to go through the same questions.
Gotcha.
The hiring hall process, what do you want to say about that disagrees or differs from what you just heard from Ms. Cabral and Mr. Cardozo?
Well, in terms of the hiring hall, it is true that an employee of any of the merit shop contractors that wanted to become a union member beyond the 4 core workforce that your PLA
For the project.
permits,
For the project.
for a particular project, could go and sign up with the union. However, I'm firmly convinced that if that union dispatched that new employee ahead of someone with higher seniority, they would be violating their own agreement.
You have
Now,
proof of that?
Well, we could ask one of the union representatives, but you know, sir, as a former union attorney, that there are very strong seniority requirements that mandate that dispatches are made based upon seniority. So I don't believe that it is possible.
Okay.
Under that scenario.
Second question.
The second question, Ms.
Wait,
Cabral.
wage and hour, let me ask the question, just so we're
All right.
refreshing. Wage and hour compliance, the assertion is made that, essentially, paraphrase it, under a PLA, there's very little wage and hour violation because the law is sort of baked in and built in, the compliance is built in, and that the DIR statistics show that a disproportionate number of the violations come from non-PLA agreements.
Well, that's an interesting point, Mr. Mayor, because actually under state law that the building trades have passed over the recent years, if the city were to pursue design build, which I suspect is one of the preferred options, the state labor commissioner is barred from enforcing wage and hour on PLA jobs. It was a provision that was included in the recent revision to the design build law.
That's
Yes.
new, but that didn't apply previously. Okay, third, apprenticeship graduation.
There's one other provision, and this is on the skilled and trained workforce mandate, which is in state law. That, too, says that if there is a skilled and trained workforce mandate, but there is a project labor agreement in place, the contractor is not required to record or report the skilled workforce composition. So now, all of a sudden, if you do the PLA and you do a design build, contractors are not held accountable for the skilled and trained workforce requirements.
I'm not sure these public works projects we're doing here, they're not applicable, they're not design build. Apprenticeship, the difference between the volume of apprentices under the trades here in Sacramento County versus the non-trades.
There's no question that the building trades have larger programs than the merit shop. However, that doesn't suggest that simply because they represent 90% of the apprentices or whatever the current figure is, that somehow it's okay to discriminate against the 10%. That doesn't make any sense. All of the programs that are approved by the state of California, and by my last count, there are 10 merit shop programs that can dispatch in Sacramento, should have the same opportunity. Now,
Ask it a different way.
Okay.
What is your plan? What is your part of the industry's plan to dramatically increase the number of apprentices that to make a real impact in our neighborhoods in Sacramento? Because your numbers currently are not very impressive.
Well, one of the problems is that, as you know, the needs test in the labor code prohibits program expansion or new programs to be created unless they pass the needs test. So it's been virtually impossible for the last 20 years for the merit shop apprenticeship programs to see any expansion. Now, that said, many of our programs have been very successful in expanding. WICA, for instance, has statewide approval and has training facilities not only in Sacramento, but also Riverside and in San Diego. So we're building the apprenticeship program there. WICA's program is actually the second largest in the state of California.
Last opportunity, the Golden One Center. Any comment on the audit or on whether or not the city met or exceeded its local hiring promises and priority apprentice promises during the construction of that very important project?
I certainly trust your able staff has calculated that, but I would note, in addition to the metrics on that, I think the project came in at about $100 million more than originally proposed. Whether that makes sense or not, I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was those were design changes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Markison. Okay, Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate your getting the facts straight. First of all, and I don't normally do this for those who come to city council meetings, I want to thank all the speakers here. Your testimony was compelling on both sides. And I really appreciate the way you respected the people who had an opposing view. Normally, we get a whole bunch of hissing and booing and screaming when someone introduces a compelling view. You listen, both sides listen to the arguments, and I really appreciate that, and appreciate the tone of your arguments as well. We come from different places and we all have different perspectives based on how we grew up, how we were educated, where we live, et cetera, et cetera. And I have a perspective too. And my perspective is, if we keep doing what we've been doing, we're going to keep getting what we've been getting. And what have we been getting? We've been getting neighborhoods that are run down, lack of investment, poverty-stricken. People have no jobs. People have no hope. That's what we've been getting. What are we trying to do here? Leverage just the buying power of the city, which is not infinite, just the buying power of the city to direct jobs, high-paying jobs, to those areas that have been left out. And those areas are areas that can't participate in city's buying power. You're talking about Golden One Center. People in my district aren't going to Golden One Center. They aren't going to go to the convention center. They aren't going to go to the community theater. They're not going to go to the Memorial Auditorium. How do they benefit? What benefit do they have? If we can't direct the jobs, some jobs to those areas, some minuscule number of jobs to those areas, how do they benefit? Right today, Mack Road is being repaved, thank goodness. We're going to have all new pavement and all new striping. When I drive by it every day, I never see anyone from my community working on those jobs. Never. But I'm not the only one. My constituents let me know. How come the city is putting money into repaving and no one from our community is getting these jobs? And it's a hard question for me to answer. That was the initiation of the community benefits with the Golden One Center. We also had a special contract to install advanced water meters, and now this contract. I would tell you my community is very frustrated when they don't see government dollars being invested in their community and they don't see anyone from their community working on those jobs. Now, I appreciate Robert Dugan's comments. He gave us a letter with a whole bunch of suggestions on how to make this better. And I'm sure that if we sat down with it, all of us could come up with something and nitpick it. But I also know Fran and her staff worked for months and months cobbling this together, almost like knitting a sweater. And if we start picking at one of the strings, we know what's going to happen. The whole thing is going to fall apart. So I don't think that at this moment we need to pick at the strings. But I do have one string I want to pick. And there's probably a very good reason why. In the local hire criteria by zip codes, they must meet the zip code requirement and then some other requirements, being a veteran or this or that. Why do we leave out being unemployed?
Councilmember Carr, that's a good question. So where this program comes from was the program that was used under the Golden One. And we've actually had a couple other questions more recently about whether we could target some of our public housing residents, et cetera. So these are the guidelines, and absolutely we can, if there are, I'm going to call it classes of disadvantaged people that we have left out, we can certainly work on that with SETA as to how we outreach and who we outreach to. They did tell us that they recently, they're working with a different program in, if I say this wrong, I often get this mixed up, Alder Grove, Marina Vista, or Alder Vista, Marina Grove, that they've got a program there, workforce development, not necessarily for construction. There's a program with the Twin Rivers project happening that is actually training apprentices for construction. And so we absolutely did not mean to omit people who should be included.
So we can add that to the criteria?
And we will check with SETA.
Say that again?
We will check with SETA on how that could be administered and how that would work.
Well, I mean, we're going to vote on this tonight.
So, and I'm not sure if they are here tonight. I thought they might be here, but it seems like it'd be something that we could add.
So it doesn't, since the direction is for the staff to come back with the criteria, we can provide direction as part of the motion, correct?
Yes, what we've given you in the last two attachments are suggested, recommended administrative procedures. You're not approving those. We'll be able to keep tweaking those as we need to improve the programs.
So you have some flexibility
so
there,
we can add unemployed to the list of criteria. Well, with that said, and also we should note that I consider these goals the floor, not the ceiling of what we're trying to do. And we will definitely be working with SETA and with you to make sure that these people, the people that we intend to hire, actually get hired and that they live in those zip codes that we're trying to target. With that being said, I move the item.
Moved and seconded. Councilman Carr, I just also want to just say thank you to you for being so consistently insistent on the local hire issue, separate from the, whether or not we do this, just your insistence on local hire. You're not the only one. Other colleagues as well. I just want to say thanks.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my council members, because when I go out of my district, I tell them it's not just me, it's every single person on the city council is supportive of bringing these districts up that have been left behind. And you have been voting on it time and time again, projects and dollars to support these communities that have been left behind, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the questions that were asked previously. I just want to follow up. I know we have a motion in a second, but I had a question either for Kevin or for Mr. Cardozo, Kevin Ferreira, about the apprentices. I just want to clear that up. So I'll come to my comments later, but as we go through this, the apprentices that don't come through the joint program, what option do they have to participate here in what we may adopt tonight?
They can seek to enroll in the union programs, which are governed, the admission standards are governed by the state. The programs are prohibited from discriminating based on union membership, so they can apply as any other applicant.
And they have to be accepted, correct?
They have to be accepted, yeah.
Right. But, and Kevin, is there some path for them other than just the one path that Mr. Cardozo laid out, or is that it? They just have to apply and be accepted in the joint program? Do they have to redo their training? Do they have to enroll in some other, some additional training? Mr. Marcuson, I'm not
They can just follow what Mr. Cardozo said by law. That's what the law is, so there's no other criteria.
And all of the programs have state-approved selection procedures that are intended to ensure fairness.
Is that, do those mirror the same selection procedures that you may have? So if they come and they apply, will they have already met your criteria because they're by virtue of them being in another state-approved program?
That I don't know.
That's a yes.
So the application becomes more of a formality because they would already have been put through the same standards. The reason I bring that up is I think there are people in the audience who are trying to work through these programs in good faith, and I think if we have an opportunity in the future, and again, I'll come back to my comments, to find a way to bring them into this process, I think that would be fair. I'm not necessarily suggesting we make that change right now, but because I want to learn more, but I'd like you guys to think about that. Thank you for answering that question. And I wasn't necessarily asking for any other public testimony, Mr. Markison. I'm going to make
a rebuttal. The mayor did offer a rebuttal.
That's the mayor. This is council. I asked somebody a question. I start off here from a perspective of a son whose dad was a paper worker. My dad worked in a paper recycling plant after being a postal worker, and he worked there until almost the day he died. He literally had a heart attack at work because he showed up every day. And if not for being part of that paper worker union, through the 3 or 4 changes of ownership that company went through, he nor I nor our family would have had some of the protections that I enjoyed growing up, and that despite my parents' divorce, my mom's challenges, and some adversity that I don't need to go into, we wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here today. Somebody else would be sitting here. And I truly believe that his role in that union protected him and protected me as a child growing up. Even when I wasn't in his custody, I later later went to live with him because of challenges. And Janet, as I listen to you, I think of my own story and my own path. And I'm just very thankful that I can be here today to listen to your story and be here with all of you. We've also walked together through a lot of this battle between the construction industry that is union and non-union, and I don't think it's as black and white as that, honestly. My district has a ton of construction. The mayor and I were at a groundbreaking today on a privately funded apartment building, one of the largest going up in the region. And there is, in this calendar year, anywhere from $1.3 to $1.5 trillion worth of construction valuation being built. That doesn't include land, FF&E, any of that other stuff. I think there's a lot of work out there. But I also believe that when we think about this from a public value standpoint, from a public benefit standpoint, a public project is inherently different than a private project. And because of that, we have a different obligation. We sit up here not only as representatives of our districts, but also trustees of the city. And as in that, you know, I think about what Mr. Biondi said, and he and I talked because he ended up building the Rainbow Crosswalks, I believe, in Midtown, and that project is near and dear to me. And then somebody said, but Tyker would have never gotten work in the city had Tyker been subject to this. And that's just not true, because Tyker does a lot of work for us, and they have union contract workers there. And today, some kind of weird coincidence, I got a Carpenter magazine that features the 8th wonder of the world in Sacramento, our wastewater treatment plant that I got to vote on. And it was extremely competitive to pick the best bidder who is low value but also responsible and responsive. And I think those words responsible and responsive are key here. Because that public value that we're assessing ties into what we had going on with some of our water meter projects, where we only bid low value, lowest cost, and we ended up with a tremendous number of challenges. And I raised this at council. We ended up having to re-engineer our utilities contracting process for best value, because what was happening is we were not getting the kind of product that we wanted. And so we were having to redo it. We had gas main breaks. We had all these issues with residents. People were really unhappy with our contracting process. And I don't know that that means that that was union work or non-union work. I just think the process wasn't suited to a good product. And that's something that I think Mr. Carr was getting at with his comment about continuing to do things the same way. But I do think here there's an opportunity for a triple bottom line of sorts, which is that the project benefits the public, literally provides either a road, a pipe, some kind of service that will last for whatever the useful life of that is. And the public gets to use that, and those public dollars hopefully are well spent, and thanks to our auditor, hopefully we'll catch any waste, fraud, and abuse. But also that the project benefits workers like my dad and the people who are in this room who need health insurance, who need to make sure that they have some kind of retirement, and that they have the opportunities for security. And those labor standards are unique to a public entity, but in our city we already apply prevailing wage, and so that means that some of these things already have to happen. That's not that different. But in the country, we talk about Buy American. But what about employing Sacramento? And in this particular case, we have a chance to localize the benefit as much as we've localized the cost. And I think that gets lost here, that when our residents pay for something, that we should try to bring as much of that opportunity back into the city as possible. And there are 4 of us up here that got to vote on the Golden One Center. And sure, in hindsight, it looks like a great decision. It's working well, it's beautiful. We put a lot of people to work, a lot of local people, but that was a really tough decision. And there's still people who think it was the wrong decision and the worst decision we've ever made as a city. But the evidence is clear that we trained a lot of people. They're out there being productive. We helped disadvantaged communities. And that's the last point of this, is that we have a chance not only to ensure that these projects benefit the public, that they benefit workers, but that we bring opportunity, whether in training or jobs, to those neighborhoods that Mr. Carr was talking about. And they're not just in District 8 and District 2 or District 7 and District 6 or 5, but there are pockets throughout the city. And our Assistant City Manager, Fran Hallbachen, mentioned the public housing in my district. A lot of people think that the central city is all rich and wealthy, but we have a ton of disadvantaged people. We have a ton of people who need opportunity and can thrive with that opportunity, like some of the homeless folks we were talking about earlier tonight. And this is a chance to help them. I don't know what else we can do, but try to provide public good, public value, and deliver great projects through a program like this. It may not be perfect. I think we'll have to continue to monitor it to make sure that we deliver on the promise and make sure that we listen to the people who want to be included. And so one of the things I'd ask Mr. Carr to consider, or it can just be staff direction, but to have staff come back in 6 months and 12 months, just report to us on how it's going. I think that would be really, really wise. And we can work with the ABC, the general contractors, WISPA, WICA, there are all these names and acronyms, and the building trades and everybody else to figure out how to do it right. None of these things is set in stone. They're meant to evolve. And I think what we're trying to do is good, but it will not be perfect, so help us make it better. That's it. I support the motion.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hanson. I just want to clarify, Councilman Carr, because it came up earlier, your motion also includes the unemployed as a criteria, right? In terms, okay, very good. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to preface my comments by saying I'm a general contractor. I've been a licensed general contractor for 37 years. I've worked mostly here in Sacramento, a little bit in Colorado. I'm a non-union contractor, non-signatory, and that was by choice. You know, I worked in the private home construction industry, and there are actually very few union contractors in that industry. But there was another reason that I made that choice, and it's because I wanted to control my own destiny. And I found that it worked for me. That being said, there's one little anecdote I also wanted to say. I noticed when the gentleman asked if anyone was proud of the Kempton Sawyer, I raised my hand. Several people laughed at that. So I want to tell you that an apprentice that I raised up became a superintendent on the Kempton Sawyer, and my old partner that I worked with for years was the project manager. And am I proud of that building? Yes. Am I proud of the G1C? I think it's a splendid building, well built, some of the best work I've ever seen, and it was union. The fact of the matter is, I don't really have a preference about union or non-union. It's a choice that people make. I've been to a couple of local apprenticeship programs. There's Glenn Snyder. I've been to the sheet metal program. I don't see Bob Ward here, but I've been to IBEW apprenticeship program up by the Labor Council. These are amazing, amazing apprenticeship programs. When I look at them, I'm excited and proud at what a young person would learn and the opportunities that they would afford that person. Moving into the union is a really good call for a lot of people. And in fact, that very apprentice that I told you about that became the super on the Kimpton Sawyer joined the union when he got employed by Swinnerton. They're a signatory contractor. And I can tell you that he makes about 4 times what I make here on the city council. So did I make the right choice? Sometimes I wonder. So that's a little bit about me. But when I look at this agreement, there are some red flags here. You know, I genuinely believe, and I think that Mr. Dugan would agree with me on this, that negotiations for a PLA are best done between an employer and the unions, and not necessarily between the city and unions. This one clause, 9.4, which talks about core employees, I find to be very problematic, and probably is the focal point of why non-union, non-signatory contractors worry about PLAs. I had a crew at one point in my career, and if somebody told me if I was going to bid on a project, I could only use 4 of my employees, and then had to take people out of the union hall, 1/1 for my first 4, you know, I would opt not to. And I think that that is the case with a lot of non-union contractors. They are loyal to their employees, as I was to mine. And if I had the choice of taking a job and have to splinter my workforce or not taking the job, I would look for work where I did not have to meet that standard. That's problematic for me. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and Fran, I hope you can answer this question, in the G1C, the city did not negotiate a PLA. That was negotiated between Turner Construction and the bargaining units. Is that correct?
I believe that was correct. I was not directly involved, but my understanding was we are not a signatory. So it was clearly Turner and those that were signatory. As I said before, we did have input as to the goals of both the hiring goals and the business goals.
And on that job, I believe the core employee target, the number was 8 and not 4. Is that correct?
That question actually just came up, and the city attorney's office went and got the agreement, and I actually don't have it, but the quick read of it, it appears that the language is a little bit different, but I think it's the same setup, that it's 4, but it's the 1-on-1, which gets you to the 8, so it looks like 8, but I think it's,
so it's not 8
4 plus
employees,
1-on-1, so I think it's 4 and 4. I believe it's 4. It's the same thing.
You believe, but you're not certain.
It's right there.
And it is what?
I have it. It has a few more exemptions for the work component. So you might have more of your employees that don't fall into this through the exemption component. But then it is 4, but it's 1/1. So ultimately, it is also 4. I recalled it as 8 as well, because it's laid out differently in here, the way that it is explained. But you have accurately recalled that it was 1-for-1, so get you to 8, but only 4 would be your core on the work that is specific to the work being done by the union. But there are other exemptions in this. Some exist in the new one, like, for example, if you had if you are a telecommunications and you had some equipment that by warranty had to be installed by your folks, you would still be able to use those folks. That exists in both this agreement that we're talking about today and in the Golden One Center, but there are a few other additional exemptions in the Golden One Center.
Okay, thanks, Angelique. Mr. Dugan, would you mind coming up and answering a couple of questions? So AGC represents bargain contractors and non, is that correct?
Represent both.
Union
Bargain
contractors, non-union contractors.
Yep.
When you read this agreement, this PLA agreement that's in the staff report, does it indicate to you that a person who has bargained with the unions already would still be subject to the 4 core employees, and 1/1 would have to hire out of the union halls at the expense of using his own trained and familiar workforce?
So you're asking me to function as an attorney, right? As I dig through this, and as we saw in the letter that countered the dialogue that I had, there are attorneys with lots of opinions. I spoke to our members. I even spoke with the representatives of Turner that were lead on this project, and they expressed the concerns that I expressed to you. While they don't seem to have a great deal of heartburn in the communication I had with our contractors, asking employees in an open shop situation to register with the union after 8 days. They did have significant problems and pointed out lots of examples of the problem with the 1-to-1 based on getting sight unseen employees and having to train them on the job. They referenced a lot of, and this dealt with several PLAs, because I talked to contractors throughout Northern California, and again, both open shop and bargained contractors, that they had a pretty high turnover of the sight unseen, untrained apprentices because they couldn't keep up with the volume. But we're very supportive of the apprenticeship program and the notion of hiring local. I think AGC at large is. Our goal was to try and help make the ordinance a little better as it relates to not displacing all the core employees for your biggest jobs, making sure we can bring them if they're local. And we also want to make sure the council, and Councilman Hansen's already referenced it, so we're going to take him up on it. We need to strengthen our overall apprenticeship programs. There are different standards to get into different apprenticeships for different trades. I've been sending kids to apprenticeship programs since I worked for Granite. Right now, you got to wait 3 years to get an apprenticeship with the welders out of, I think it's Yuba City. Yet if you walk out of a community college with a couple of certificates, you can get hired tomorrow in an open shop because they have that much need. So that's that balance of keeping your core employees that was the big concern. I would be reticent to go much further without having a few of our employers in the room that are traditionally used to having this discussion with the labor unions, because they do it every day.
Okay, so you wrote an email that all of us council members received, and one quote here is, as written, the CWTA is intended to promote efficiency of construction operations. As currently proposed, it creates significant inefficiencies and chaos for existing employees and their employers, and forces non-bargain contractors to, quote, organize their employees by default, an activity that should be left to the unions themselves and not codified in an ordinance. So that's somewhat of a key point to me. I really don't see the need for us to codify this in an ordinance. I really feel that these negotiations are left better between employers and the unions. So that brings me back to the discussion I actually wanted to start with, which is I totally agree with the goals that are brought here for local hire, for preferenced hire in disadvantaged communities, and for local business involvement. So when I looked at this staff report, I had 4 big questions in my mind. The first one was, can we achieve these goals by other methods than a PLA? Is it requisite that we have a CWTA to do local hire and to achieve these other goals for local business involvement? And I've asked that of staff, and the answer was, I'm not sure. So I don't know that the PLA is the only way to achieve these goals. There's another big question here that nobody has raised, seemingly, except me, and that's, what does this cost the city? So there's a very wise man sitting over there who I count as a close friend, who has said many times, sitting in that seat, his name is Larry Carr, he said, for the council to function properly, what we need to do is set a goal, set a target. What do we want to achieve? Then figure out, what does it cost us? And lastly, are we willing to pay that much to achieve what we set as our goal? The missing piece here is cost. So I went to staff and I asked Fran, what is this going to cost us? And she said, I don't know. I asked our finance director. She had a little bit more of a direct answer. She said a lot. I've asked organized labor representatives. I asked them to bring me spreadsheets. How does this work for other CWTAs, for the school district? Show me some numbers. Show me what this cost and how many people were served. So then I went to the city manager and I asked him, well, okay, so we keep pointing at the G1C. How did that work? What did it cost? So I asked, can you tell me what the cost was per job created by this program? And can you give me a cost to implement the local hiring program and what the administration costs were? And the answer I got was, the cost to implement the local hiring program and the cost per job created, that information wasn't available. However, this information is not something we reviewed during the audit, and we will need additional time to determine whether we can accurately calculate this cost, as I don't believe it was tracked. So while I totally agree with where we're trying to go with this program, I got to tell you, I need to understand what this means to my constituents, what it means to the taxpayers that I represent, so I can say to them, this is a good deal for you. This achieves our goals. This gets people in disadvantaged communities to work in the trades, which is a noble profession, and we can get them into great union apprenticeships. This is a pathway to success, and here's what it costs you, and it's a good deal. Right now, I can't have that discussion. I still have no idea what this costs. I had one estimate tossed out, which that the implementation and administration of this program could cost between 3% and 8% of the total project cost. If you look at the Convention Center, Community Center Theater, Memorial Auditorium project, valued at $240 million, that comes to $7.2 million at 3% cost. That's a lot of money. So using Larry Carr's curiosity, I say, what do we get for that $7.2 million? Did it really do what we wanted it to do? Could we have used that $7.2 million in a different way to achieve the results, and could we have gone farther? These are reasonable questions to ask, and I can tell you that my constituents want me to ask these questions.
Was there anything else for me?
Yeah.
Those are all terrific questions that I am not the expert to respond to, Councilman Harris. So I'm on the hot seat here.
Yeah, Robert.
Robert,
I can feel the eyes burning through my shoulder.
You may sit down, sir.
sit.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
So what I did, thank you very much. I called a lot of people that I know in construction. I called people in big companies and small, signatory and not. And quite frankly, I still have more discovery to do. Until somebody can give me some kind of concrete idea of what this program's really going to cost, I'm not comfortable voting for it. So I asked for a continuation of this item for a week so I could call more people, do more discovery, hopefully work with the unions, get some numbers out of them, work with staff and get some numbers out of them. I was not afforded that courtesy, which is frustrating for me. But my feeling is that this PLA needs more work. There is definitely a lot of angst amongst the non-union contractors that this PLA is going to cause them not to bid on public projects. And I believe that competition is the basis of America, and I'm not willing to forego competition if I can all avoid it. At the same time, I agree with Larry and I agree with Steve and their arguments that Steve said that, you know, as a public entity, we have a different goal in mind than you do in a private project, which is always the bottom line. But the fact of the matter is, you know, I just don't feel that this is complete and has been thoroughly vetted and thoroughly talked about. And if I need more information to make a good decision, I have to assume that my other council members do as well. So I want to offer a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we delay this vote for a week. Because I believe that I need more time to do substantial investigation and answer the questions that I've posed here tonight. I want a better analysis of the G1C. I want to get an idea of what it's going to cost us per employee. I at least want to have the time to attempt to get those numbers, because in the 2 days I've had to work on this, I got nowhere. So that is my motion.
Is there a second on the substitute motion? That's a second on the substitute motion. We're not going to cast a vote on the motion until the members are done, but that will be the motion that will be heard first. Okay. The motion is to delay for a week.
Just continue for a week.
Yeah, and I'm going to want to respond to some of Councilmember Harris's questions, because some of it actually has been provided to us in the very detailed packet that we have before us. But I'm going to first turn it over to other members. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues on the council. I think so far we've had some very good comment and discussion about this very important item that's upon us as a city. I think Councilman Carr had some excellent comments. Councilman Hanson, my comments and my thoughts, I think, align very closely with both Carr and Hanson, but probably more so with Councilman Harris. And I say that from the experience of 30 years or so in the construction and development business. I've had a career of developing and working with both union and non-union contractors, primarily in urban communities throughout the state of California. And so, you know, the years and the experience has taught me some things that might be somewhat unique on the council other than Jeff. But I think there are questions that we've still, at least for me, I've still not had answered to my satisfaction. But I do want to state an overarching theme is I think we, and I believe that, you know, there's a lot of benefit to working with unions and union contractors. I think there's no question. And all of us, including my parents, came up and worked for unions. I have family members that work for unions. As a developer, I've not had to be solely one or the other, and I've worked with both. I've worked with large union contractors and large non-union contractors. But I think the biggest issue around this whole item is how it impacts the city's budget and the general fund. I think there are questions that we have not answered. I too, like Jeff, have made a few calls. I've talked to people that have projects with the city right now. I've talked to private companies as well as some of our public and nonprofit companies that have projects that this council has already approved budgets on. And I am told that those budgets will have to be revisited and they will be substantially impacted. Now, whether that is the case remains to be seen. But if I had to bet, I would bet that those budgets will be altered, and they will be altered in a very significant way. One of the other things, and I'm not going to be long tonight because I've seconded Councilman Harris's motion. I'm hoping we'll have more time to sort this item out. But, you know, we're going to be asking our city residents to approve this Measure U tax. And I think what we're suggesting, or in fact, I know what we're suggesting is that we're going to be prudent with the money. And in order for me to be comfortable in even supporting a new tax on city residents, and this is after we've increased utility rates, we've increased water rates and water bills, and we want to increase and make it permanent, the Measure U tax of 1% or 1 cent. I think on the other side of that, we also have to manage the money that we already have as effectively and as efficiently as possible. And at this point, you know, I think we don't know what the implications will be, the financial implications. Now, maybe the mayor said there's some information that maybe I haven't seen, but from the things I've seen, we don't know exactly what these costs are going to amount to. And people have pointed to the arena project. I chaired the arena committee here for the city, so I was involved with a lot of the discussions. There's some big differences between what we're talking about now in the arena. The biggest being that it was a public-private partnership, and there were a private group that put in excess of $300 million into that project. And in addition to that, the city did not have the responsibility of worrying about cost overruns. That was one of the biggest things that we were able to get into that deal that gave all of us comfort. Because as we know, almost every construction contract will have some form of change order. Without having the backstop of a wealthy company to absorb those cost overruns, where's that money going to come from? Typically, what happens is people come back here, which is what's going to happen, I predict, when some of the projects that we've already approved and they're going out to bid, and now they're going to have to come back, and they're going to ask for more money, and they don't have a private company to come back and ask for money from. They're going to come back and ask for the money here. And then we're going to be faced with a decision as to what do we do. You know, in construction projects, you can't really get half pregnant. You have to, once you start, you got to go. So if it comes back to us that we're running into millions or tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns, what happens? How do we deal with it? I don't think that question has really been answered, and it concerns me that we're prepared to take this vote, knowing we have some big public projects coming, but we also have some smaller ones that are significant. It might not be the convention center, but we got, for instance, the Twin River Housing Project that we talked about here that came back to this council for additional money just a couple of months ago, and we all, had eyes wide open when they came back and suggested that the costs were going to be in excess of $400,000 a door for affordable housing, for low-income housing. What happens when they come back and it's $450,000 or $500,000 or more? What happens? So, I'm hopeful. I think all the goals are admirable. I would love to see it achieved, but I have serious questions that I have not had enough time to really get beyond. So if this vote was taking place tonight, unfortunately, I would not be in a position to support it. I'm hopeful that, the mayor will find it and our council colleagues will find it in their divine wisdom to take it under submission, to ask additional questions, have additional input, and maybe we come back next week and the outcome might be different, at least for myself. But as it stands tonight, I would not be comfortable supporting what I have before me.
Fair enough.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Again, I'm going to come around. I want to respond to some of what my colleagues, their respectable positions here. I want to be able to respond. But Councilmember Chenier.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to add to what your questions were and what Mr. Hansen, Mr. Carr said. A couple of points I want to make. While on G1, and I was very involved in that as well, serving on the committee and spending a lot of time on it. While we were not a signatory, we were very involved in that. And the goals that were set because of Mr. Warren's work and my work, and Ms. Ashby's work, who was the fourth one? Mr. Hansen's work, particularly around the neighborhood and small business goals that we set. we were very involved in that, and that those things never would have happened without us saying this is part of the deal. So I think there's a lot of similarities on it, and for me, actually, one of the better days that we've had on the council was when we did the final reports on that, and we heard from our auditor and we heard from Kunal about the fact that we basically exceeded every goal that was set on local hire, on small business, on the apprenticeship programs. And the apprenticeship programs particularly were exciting to me because it wasn't only apprentices, it wasn't only the apprenticeship program that fed into Golden One, it was apprentices that went to other places in Northern California because we far exceeded those goals. So I was excited about that. I think I've been through this conversation about 5 times in my kind of public service career here. And so I've been pretty well convinced that these are the right ways to go. I also want to just check on the Twin Rivers project, that won't be affected because it's not us. That's SHRA's.
And this only applies to pure public works projects, not public-private.
So I had one developer call me last night and
Or
say,
housing.
if I'm building something and I get a subsidy, would this affect me? And the answer is no as well. So these are pure, so this is a very defined cohort of projects that we would go. And I very much agree with Mr. Hansen that we should come back. I don't know what we'll have in 6 months, but certainly within a year. And if 6 months is warranted, that would be great. I want to ask one question of Fran. When we go out to bid these projects, particularly the large projects, my understanding is that we'll have a guaranteed maximum price on them. Is that correct?
So, as I mentioned, one of the reasons why this was urgent is when we're doing the theater and the convention center guaranteed maximum price, that is unlike the normal design bid build where we put it out for a certain period of time and then they give us a bid. With the guaranteed maximum price, because of the responsibility the contractor is taking on, they need to shop this project for months because the people that they're working with, these are complicated projects. They need to get familiar, the bidders need to get familiar with the project. They have actually been shopping with bidders for over 2 months already on these projects, and we've had to give them drafts of a potential CWTA so that the bidders could become familiar with what provisions would be required of them when they make their bid.
So even though we don't have a private partner to pick up any overages, and most of, I think, Golden One was when they decided to put a practice court in and did some other design changes, those were the increases in cost. So it was an increase in quality and design. But even though we don't have that, we still have a maximum price that we're going to go to, and before we sell the bonds on these buildings, we'll know what the price is by that bid.
You will actually approve the guaranteed maximum price on the convention center before we sell.
Right.
We actually will be doing the theater just after the sale.
So I have a good comfort level on that. Another point I want to make, and I'm sorry that our overhead is not working. For those people who picked up a staff report or have that on their iPads, if you go to page 14 of the staff report, it's the actual comparison between Golden One and citywide, this capital improvement project, citywide program that we would be doing. I thought Golden One was a model, and what you are showing us here is that we've learned from that and we've added components to it that make it even more attractive. And for me, no surprise, the youth internship piece is really exciting, that working with our schools and our high school kids to get them involved and really set them on the track. As we're building, and Mr. Hansen and I think the mayor were at the press today on that building, if the PERS building gets built, the needs here over the next 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 years on building are going to be enormous. We don't have enough skilled labor to meet those needs as we speak. We need to bulk up these apprenticeship programs, and we really need to back them up into the high school. So I think this is a good project. I am, maybe because of the number of times that I've seen this in one form or another, I think it's the right thing to do. And it really goes beyond just the dollar price on this. It's the right thing to do for our community, and it's the right thing to do for folks who have supported this community over time. Does that work? Are they just kidding? I'm going to wait for this because I think this chart is really important to look at. It kind of shows where we are.
You got it, Mr. Fleur.
Steve. So if you look at this chart, I mean, basically what it shows, and we all represent some zip codes. For me, Oak Park, the Woodbine area, some pieces of Golf Course Terrace are all up here of what's really important and where we want to focus. We know that the core of poverty is, and the bane of poverty is the biggest problem that we have and what's holding us back as a city. Getting jobs to folks that are in need is going to be incredibly important. But as you look down on this, the fact that we're adding people who receive public assistance, we will be adding now unemployment. Thank you, Mr. Carr. Emancipated youth, I mean, what a forgotten population in this state. We have 80-some-odd thousand emancipated youth. It's the bulk of our homeless population for young people. These are things that we can make a qualitative difference in the lives of our constituents and the lives of residents of California. So with that, I just want to thank Fran for all the work. It has been months, probably, I don't know how long you've been negotiating this one. If you go back to the municipal auditorium, it's probably been over a year, well over a year in negotiating and working. I want to thank our friends from the building trades, and I know we've had numbers of meetings with Mr. Cardozo, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Fong. All of those discussions have led us to a better product as we've gone, and I know there's been concessions on both sides of it. So with that, I'm prepared to vote, and I'm prepared to vote aye.
Thank you very much, Councilman Chenier. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank all of the workers who are here today, and everyone who's come out here, whether you're union or not union. I think, growing up as in a working family, this is clearly an issue because it's about our livelihood, it's about our families, and it's about controlling our own destiny here. I want to thank Mr. Reed, who spoke here with the Conservation Corps about his experience, and also the gentleman from Local 447, because I remember meeting him before the construction started at the Golden One Center, and listening to his story about coming out of the correctional system and wanting to change his life. Having a father who had gone through the correctional system and coming out of the prison complex, the challenges that people face when they want to do something different are extraordinary. I also want to thank, Patricia Ramirez here. Ms. Ramirez, I mean, your final comments and emotions about respect and dignity for the work. I mean, and to me that resonates significantly because it reminds me of the hours. My mother with the 4th grade education worked 12 hours a day in hard labor work, and I don't think we can ever give enough respect and dignity to the type of work that's out there, and particularly folks in the construction industry. These aren't air conditioning jobs. Every day I think back at the longest day, the longest council night here, and I think about it. We're in air conditioning, man. This is real work that's changing our city and whatnot. And I remember those days. So I want to thank all the workers who are here today, whether again you work for a union shop or not, because this clearly is about controlling our own destiny. And I wanted to make that point to Councilmember Harris because I think that's the message here. It's respecting hard work. In preparation for this, I looked up a couple articles in the newspaper that I remember reading. So this January 26th, there was an article in the Bee that said, Sacramento's poised for a boom. Now it just needs construction workers. And if you fast forward 4 months later into April 24th, Sacramento's poverty growth ranks amongst the highest in the United States, and it's nearing 20% of the state's average. California's got the highest poverty rate in the area. And the juxtaposition between those two articles, to have that demand for work and have that level of poverty. When you grow up in a household when you have parents with a fourth grade education who want to work hard and they're trying to get somewhere. We have to do something different. Some of the questions that were asked here, was what does it cost the city? What are we willing to pay? The question that I ask is, what's the current status quo costing us now? When we have amongst the highest poverty rate and we're not helping our own residents get to that point. I see, look at that, some of those zip codes there in my council district, 95820, 95824, Colonial Manor, Fruit Ridge Manor, Avondale. And when I talk to constituents there, I'm with Mr. Carr here. Constituents ask, what about jobs for our neighborhoods? Sacramento's booming, but it seems we have two Sacramentos, and not the one that we see sometimes on the flashier covers. Can we achieve the goals that we're setting out to do? And I respect the Councilmember Harris's. I always look to him when we're looking at making sure that our policies are as fiscally responsive as possible. But again, I go back to Councilmember Carr's point here, the status quo. If we continue the same thing, are we going to make any changes? Are we going to get a different result? And I think what we're trying to do here today is to answer that question. And what is a PLA? What is the and I will say the CWTA? What is this policy we're trying to vote on? I think somebody mentioned it. It's two clear things. It's risk management. It's a commitment and responsiveness to our taxpayers, and also to achieve, I think, some laudable goals that we want to see changed in our city. Whatever happens in the private sector, I think a private industry and a private entrepreneur has the right to negotiate what they're trying to do with their business and negotiate with the labor union. But even specifically for a public project, I think every time we take on a public project, we have to continue to achieve the business of the people, which is improving the quality of life of everyone in the city. If we truly believe that rising tide lifts all boats, then we got to worry about the little canoe that's trying to make it through the waterways. So to me, I think what we're trying to achieve is that point here. One clarifying piece for my colleague, about maybe increasing the cost of housing. Specifically, the issue of housing was excluded out of this agreement. Not only just the SHRA project, but the conversation of housing. These are public work projects. These are projects that we see here today. And on the issue of cost, I heard from our city staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, early on, that part of the impetus here is that two of our significant projects that we're trying to achieve are dependent upon us moving forward with a reliable, thoughtful plan. Now, I had a chance to look through some of the concerns about this proposal, and I'm glad that we've had this back and forth conversation today, because I think what's given me some assurances is that we're not alone, and again, it's not the first time we've looked at this type of idea in Sacramento. And in fact, we can ignore the out-of-state projects, the Seattle projects, but I was surprised to see, the report about the community college district in Riverside that showed the level of competitiveness between a non-union and a union competitor. To me, that I think is still making sure that we are allowing competition to occur. The other thing that I looked at here, and I heard some comments today about, all it requires is a good faith effort, and that the state law, there's nothing in here in law that dictates that. Well, I looked up the code here specifically because someone mentioned it, and I figure, rather than hear it from hearsay, let me look it up here quickly. And it specifically says in subsection A that a public entity may not discriminate based on race, national origin, religion, sexual orientation, political affiliation, or a membership in a labor organization in hiring or dispatching workers from a project. So I think there's also some some safety nets in the state law that protect this code section here. You know, the question is, are we getting sold a bill of goods and that we're not going to actually hire local folks, or we're not going to, you know, deal with the apprenticeship program or the internship program, which I happen to think that this mayor, you committed to 1,000 strong. This is another step forward in that. I think every time all the work we do at Sac City Hall, getting people some experience. I remember working for a carpenter when I was 17 and worked on a couple both housing and barn projects out in Yolo County, and that experience is invaluable. Well, the good faith effort is also dictated. It's not just fancy words, but we also dictate in 9.7 the requirements to meet the good faith effort. And if a hall does not respond appropriately, it allows another option for a contractor. So if the hall's not doing their job, then it allows for flexibility. So, you know, these are to say that I feel like we've gotten to a point here where this is an issue where we're trying to achieve the public good. We want to make sure that we set some guiding rules, because if we don't set guiding rules, I think that's where we go wrong. Finally, this isn't every single project in the city. This isn't every public works project. I mean, this sets the threshold higher than any other local jurisdiction in our area that have pushed something here. I think SMUD had it at 270, well, they have it at 250. The school district has it at 500. I think the city chose a number of $1 million that still allows a lot of flexibility under the $1 million cap. And we're not going to get everything right here. And I respect Mr. Dugan. You know, I think you know, Robert, you are, you know, I think you've gone above and beyond to make sure that we're aware of that this isn't perfect and that we need to look at how do we make this better. And I think Councilmember Hansen has brought this up. But at the end of the day, we have to make every action we take to move the ball forward, to encourage that people get an apprenticeship program or something that's going to help them control their destiny. Once you develop these skills, and anybody who's got a skill knows that regardless of whatever happens, no one can ever take that away from you. And to me, that's controlling your own destiny. The more we can help people get into that track, I think the better we're going to do. And for that, Mr. Mayor, I would encourage a no vote on the motion to continue, and ask that we take up the main motion.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments on this too. First of all, I'd like to say I will support the substitute motion, because I think any time that one of my colleagues asks for a little bit more time, especially in this instance it's just a week, that I would support that. That being said, I think I can probably support this motion tonight. I have a couple of questions, concerns, and then some things that I think are really good that we're trying to achieve here. And I know this was a big priority for you, Mayor. Coming in, you talked about it a lot prior to being mayor, and when you got here, that this was something you really wanted to achieve. And I think it's important. It's an important discussion for the council to have. As Councilmember Chenier pointed out, this was tough when the Golden One Center happened. We wanted to try it, and we definitely drove this dialogue, even though we aren't necessarily a signing partner to it. We definitely drove the dialogue, and our main goal was local hire and just trying to find a way to do that and make sure that the Golden One Center produced the type of results we wanted. And Vice Mayor Hansen is also correct that that's one of those decisions that looks really great now and was really tough at the time that we took it, really tough. And we all got beat up a lot when we took that vote. So, you know, I want to make sure we get this right. I think the thing I agree with the most tonight that I've heard is probably Vice Mayor Hansen's comment that we need to start somewhere, and it will be important to review this. And I love that you added into the motion to bring it back in 6 months and a year, because no matter what we pass, it's not going to be perfect. Just like the Golden One Center had its kinks and wrinkles, and we have all heard from people who were not satisfied with that process, both union and non-union groups. And so there will be room to improve whatever we do or don't do here tonight.
some portions of this are easy. Voting for highly skilled labor, local hire, union wages, safe work conditions, those are easy yeses. What gets difficult is when you see strong businesses come up here that are hiring good people too, that feel they're going to be left out. And I find that to be challenging as well. I also somewhat push back on the historically disadvantaged areas, not because I don't want to help them, but because I believe there's poverty sprinkled in other districts too. For example, there's not a single zip code in my district on that priority list, which would mean that people in my district would never get a priority hire, which would lead you to believe that there are no poor people in my district. For the last decade, this city has had an ordinance in place where the only low-income apartments built in the city were built in my district. There are 11 low-income inclusionary apartment complexes in my district that don't fall into any of those zip codes. So I struggle a bit with that one, because just because you live in a nice area doesn't mean that you are wealthy. This city is integrated across socioeconomic spectrums, and I think that people should have an opportunity to work and benefit from this no matter where they live. Although I do understand that there's concentrated poverty in other parts of our city, so I have always voted to support that, even though I think it makes it more difficult for people in poverty in my own district to move forward on this. That's a piece I struggle with, but will support. But I think I'd love to know when it comes back and we look at it in 6 months or a year, or even a future council looks at it a couple of years down the road, is that zip code policy still the right way to go? Or are there other criteria that might be better to look at people more individually and less based on concentration of poverty? Because I think we all want to lift people out of poverty no matter where they live right now. I question a little bit the definition of local, because there are 10 counties involved in this, and it also, by the way, is a little disjointed in its description across the various documents. In the body of the resolution, I think it's fine. In the staff report, it's a little bit different. It calls out San Joaquin County for some reason. I don't know why, randomly, in the staff report. But in other parts of the reports provided to us, it actually lays out 9 additional counties to Sacramento, and they're broad ranging: Nevada, San Joaquin, El Dorado. Some of those are in our 6-county SACOG region, and some of them are out in it. It's a bit curious to me. However, I did note that Sacramento does have an earlier priority in the 3-tier higher rankings. So that's good, but it's a bit baffling to me that we would go 10 counties deep away from Sacramento, especially since some of those counties, like Nevada, are huge, or Placer. It goes a long, long way away from Sacramento, and I wouldn't want that to be considered local above, say, El Paso Heights. So another thing for us to watch on the reports back: how are those counties interfacing with our outcomes that we want to achieve? I worry with these kinds of project labor agreements about what will happen to women-owned small and minority businesses. However, you did hear all of the small business organizations and minority business organization chambers come forward and support this. They do believe that this will help them. Those are the groups that we did hear from after the Golden One Center who felt they were left out. There were some small minority and women-owned businesses who felt they couldn't compete based on the project labor agreement that was placed on Golden One Center. So one area I will be watching keenly when this comes back is how many women-owned businesses, how many minority-owned, or how many small businesses were able to still work with the city of Sacramento under this set of rules. Did it completely knock them out of the mix, or were they able to continue to provide employment in our region? I, like Jeff, am a little bit baffled around the number of 4 core employees. I did get the Golden One Center report and read through it. I see where the language came from. I think I understand what we're trying to achieve there. It sounds extremely limiting. However, there is other language in this document that allows for additional staff from that company. It really comes down to 4 core employees in the covered work component. There is an entire section on non-covered work and includes some labor pieces too, including, things for warranties and specific training that isn't necessarily based through the union trade. So I would just, again, I would like to know how that turns out for us. I think there could be a potential discussion later about raising that number of core employees if it meant that a lot of these local businesses that we heard from today didn't participate and would like to, and maybe we weren't able to meet standards or something. But I think this is a starting place, but that is one issue I think to watch and make sure we got that number right. I don't remember how or why we chose it for the Golden One Center, but if it doesn't work for us in the long, that was one project, and this is going to be every project, so we just need to make sure it's working. If it does, great. If it doesn't, we should look at it and change it. Everyone is coming at this from their own perspective, as Councilmember Carr illustrated. I have sort of 2 perspectives on this myself as an individual, and then one as a council member. One is that prior to being a council member, I worked a lot with corrections. And most of you, especially the carpenters, know that the trades, the unions, have gone into the prisons. And I have been to many, many, many graduations in prisons in our region, men and women, who proudly earned the ability to get a job when they got out. And they earned it while they were incarcerated. I think on this side of that spectrum of accessing work, we owe a responsibility to make sure those jobs are there for them. Imagine being incarcerated for 20 years, like some of the people in this room have talked about, but working really hard to rehabilitate yourself, and part of that being learning a trade, and then being a member of a union, and then getting out and not having any opportunities. You're at the union hall, and you're in this apprenticeship, but you can't get any work, which is what happened to a lot of the people that worked on the Golden One Center that went into the apprenticeship program. They now need another job to work on. And this allows us an opportunity to create continuity that really does change lives. And that's why the stories that you heard from union members tonight were so compelling and important. The other half of my brain is that I have a family member that owns a non-union shop, a telecommunications company. It's just a small business, and his employees voted, and they had union folks come in to talk to him, and they decided not to unionize. And I know how difficult it is to be a small business owner and still work in the construction trade and get a fair shake at things. And it can be very challenging, especially with rules like the core employees. But I do think there is room, or the intent is for there to be room in this project labor agreement for non-union shops to participate. And I think that's something, it's an area to start. And if it isn't working, then when we come back, we can look at that as to how and why. But our goal here is local hires, apprenticeships, and turning people's lives around. And lastly, this will be my last comment, is the most compelling speaker of the night to me was Dave Little. And the reason why, and there are several people from my district who spoke tonight, and he is just one of them, but he said, and he's a union member, proudly, he said, I live in a great community, and I want that for other people. I know where he lives, and I know how much he gives to his community. And when I think about that opportunity for the dozens of other people that stepped up today and said, I want to be able to provide for my family, I have kids, I want them to live where Dave lives too. And I know how he affords that home. And it's because he has a good, solid union job with pension and health care for his family. And so if taking this vote tonight gets more people in this audience to get to live where Dave lives, then I'm proud to take that vote. So I will vote to support the substitute motion, but I am also willing to support the overall package tonight, Mayor. But I will be interested when it comes back in 6 months or a year for us to look at these measures and be really open to how we can do better.
Sure. Good. Thank you very much. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who to ask this question to, so I'll ask it to Steve, who put the motion on for it to be 6 months to a year.
That was Councilmember, it was his suggestion, Councilmember Carr incorporated it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I made the suggestion that they just report back in
Right.
6 months and 12
So
months.
I want to be clear that in making that motion, that we have the ability to also be able to make the changes, some of the changes that we've been talking about, not just review the results, but also to be able to make some of the changes that we need to be able to do during those time periods.
So I didn't make the original motion, it was Mr. Carr and Mr. Guerra. So I just requested a report back that could allow us to evaluate how it's working. But if you want, I'd suggest you make a request to the motion maker.
Mr. Maybe the city attorney, but I think we as a council always have the ability to make changes in the future. Would you agree with that, Mr. Carr?
That was my intent.
Turn your mic.
That was my intent, that when we evaluate not only the results that we receive, but we evaluate the words that we've approved.
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear, that was the intent, because as we talk about being able to add zip codes or look at other opportunities to figure out how to add missing elements to it, I want to make sure that that's on the agenda to be able to do that and how often we do that. And so I know we can probably do it any time, but I know it should be done during the 6-month period or the 12-month period when it comes back.
6 months, 12 months is what the motion is.
So the 6 month, 12 months, so that was your intent?
That's the motion, yeah.
Okay.
All right, good. So that's good. So it's 10 minutes to 10.
Early.
And I've been looking at a few of you out there who are yawning and a few of you are asleep. And I'm going to be right there with you pretty soon if we don't get this meeting done.
Go ahead.
So I'll be brief. We got a letter today from Mayor Tubbs from Stockton. And I think we always have to take a look at what's going on in other jurisdictions, especially as it relates to PLA. Mayor Tubbs spoke in his letter about a couple of things that were concerns in 2016 when they did their PLA, that there was concerns about the reduction of bids and the increase of costs. And he said what they have seen over the last 2 years is the exact opposite. That what they've seen is an increase in bidding and construction activity, 1. 2, they've been able to control the costs. 3, they've ensured the taxpayer money has been kept in their city. And 4, that they've been able to create a career pathway to the middle class for those who haven't had it in the past. So I think as we talk about PLAs and we talk about what we went through with the Golden One PLA and what we're going through in this conversation right now, we should look right down the street, because the last 2 years they've had a PLA and they saw the exact same concerns in 2016 when they had their meeting like this. And then at the same time, they've seen quite the opposite over the last 2 years. And I think we ought to be able to draw on that experience and learn even more from that. So that's one thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is that from the standpoint of a youth perspective, and we saw the kids come up from the Sacramento Regional Conservation Corps, and we saw them speak. And I want to speak just from a youth perspective, because I think we have to be very intentional as we talk about targeting the zip codes that need to be targeted in Sacramento to make sure that we're inclusive and we get to all the kids that are not in the areas where they're seeing the job opportunities, they're not staying in school, they're dropping out for whatever reason, they're having difficulties, and they need to have this career pathway into the middle class. We need to be very intentional. We need to be very intentional about making sure we hire from low-income communities and those communities that are historically disadvantaged. We need to make sure that we create every opportunity for youth, and they know about it. And not only youth, but the military veterans, emancipated youth, our women, our former offenders, and persons on public assistance. We need to be very intentional about our most disadvantaged and making sure that they get this career pathways into a skilled trade, and then the student internship programs as well. I just think we have to be very intentional in making sure that we reach those that are most in need. And I say that because for the last 21 years, that's been my level, that's been my work, is working with those who feel like they don't have a even shot. They feel like they haven't been given the best guidance. They don't necessarily have the parents at home that are helping them to get into college or helping them to stay in the school or helping them to even stay out of homelessness. They don't have that support system. But what we have here is an opportunity to make sure that every single one of them can move into that middle class and have the kind of income and move into the homes and experience the same kind of success stories that we heard here tonight from those who were able to speak. And so I just want us to be very intentional. I'm in support of the CWTA ordinance that's in front of us. I'm in support of it. I know that there will be changes that will have to be made at some point in time. I know there's more information that we all want, but I also know that we need to move forward, and we need to be very intentional. We need to move forward at a faster pace than we've ever moved before. And I think we have a great model in Stockton and also with the Golden One Arena.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jennings. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification. I'm going to filibuster. Just kidding.
Good humor is excellent.
I'll bring you a phone book here.
Actually, I just wanted to wake Noah up. Councilmember Jennings, to your question about how flexible the agreement is and what changes could be made, I queried the city attorney, and Madam Attorney, could you please explain what latitude we have to change the agreement if at 6 months, 12 months, if we wanted to change things specifically around the core employees issue, which I think is maybe different than changing the ordinance?
Yes, because the ordinance you can change at any time. How CETA administers the program, you could change at any time. The CWTA has a term clause, section 20.1, and I would also recommend you ask Mr. Cardoza to come up here and also opine on this section. It does provide that prior to the expiration of the agreement, which is for 5 years, the city and the Trades Council agree to meet and confer regarding the status of and experience with projects covered by the agreement. The parties may agree to extend the term of the agreement or enter into a new agreement incorporating any substantive changes based on the status of and experience with projects covered by the agreement. What that would provide is if the council in that 6 months review determined that some changes were needed, then the parties would meet and confer about changing the agreement.
And they might or might not agree, so it would be a negotiation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify for you, Rick.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, last comment. We're gonna vote on the substitute. First of all, I want to respond to Councilmember Harris and more specifically. Look, you know, this is a council of courtesy and comedy, and certainly always extend it. You know, several weeks ago, when it was apparent, for example, that Councilmember Harris, you weren't in favor of the Measure U motion and you made a substitute, I seconded it because I thought that you're a good member, a great member actually, and it should be seconded. And so if I thought a 1 week extension would actually provide more substantive information than we already have, I would grant that courtesy, but I don't think it would. I really don't. Because there is a long record before us here, and I want to review just a little bit of it. And first to say that the scope of this is, in fact, limited. Let's be clear about this. This is public works projects. It's not housing projects. It's not mixed-use projects. It's public works projects. And Councilmember Warren mentioned Measure U, and you're absolutely right that people do expect us to spend their dollars, taxpayer dollars, wisely. They also expect us to invest more purposefully and directly, as we've heard from every member on this council, in our neighborhoods where we have not done a sufficient job in addressing systemic poverty. In your district and elsewhere, you know that to be true more than anyone else. And that's really the core of what we're being asked to look at and vote on today. The question, the reason why I don't think you'll get the answers you want or don't want in 1 week is because the cost issue, while complicated, is also relatively simple. The question is, will there be fewer bidders? Because let's remember what this is about. This does not preclude non-union contractors from bidding at all. In fact, the experience in many other cities is that the non-union contractors win most of the work. Now, the requirement is for the particular project that that non-union contractor employee has to, except for the core employees, has to sign up through the union hiring hall for the specific project. Well, there may be an ideological problem there, I get that, but there's not a discrimination, the way that this has been clearly explained and not rebutted, frankly, on the merits. So will there be fewer bidders? And will the costs rise? Well, here's at least the record we have before us that has not been rebutted. You have a 2017 UC Berkeley study that looked at 263 community college projects in California. 88 performed with a PLA and 175 without. The study found that costs were actually slightly lower on projects with a PLA. There was a 2015 statistical analysis of affordable housing projects, 130 of them in LA, done, by the way, by the University of Utah, that showed that there was no difference between PLA projects and non-PLA projects in terms of cost. A 2011 study studying San Diego Unified School District found the same thing. Same with the City of Los Angeles public PLA projects. Same with project labor agreements in New York City that actually found a savings in one of the largest cities in the country of $300 million. On the bidder issue, again, we have two live examples that have not been rebutted. In Seattle, the non-union contractors won more of the work than the union contractors. So that does not exactly make the case for insufficient number of bidders. And I will say this to our friends in the trades, our friends, our partners here. When it comes to these big projects here, we need your help in making sure that there are a lot of bidders. We're going to have to work the extra mile to work extra to make sure that, for all the subcontractors, that you come back with a lot of bidders, because we want that competition. And Fran also talked about the GMP, and Jay asked about it. Thank you, Jay. I just want to be clear what that means in terms of cost overruns. If we put out a GMP and you do the bidding, comes in within the GMP, we say yes, the contractor bears the additional cost if the cost exceeds the guaranteed maximum price, correct? Correct?
With the exception of added scope, like we talked about.
Added scope,
and
but that's
unforeseens, errors in the design, unforeseens.
Which could happen under any project. Okay. Because we capped it. Okay. So finally, let me just talk philosophically. There's a lot of talk about philosophy here. No matter what side of the aisle or what you believe about the role of government, I think the question is this. What standards do we have the right to expect when we invest the taxpayers' dollars? And what's clear to me from the evidence is that this kind of an agreement is about raising the standards for working people and investing directly in our disadvantaged neighbors, because here's what we know. Workers get more hours under these agreements. They receive health benefits. We haven't even talked about some of the non-union contractors who don't provide health benefits. Many do, some do not. This is a guarantee that the workers, union or non-union, will get health benefits. There are fewer wage and hour violations. As I said earlier, in large cities like Seattle and Riverside, open shop contractors win more subcontractor bids than union subs. We talked about cost. Most important, and every one of my colleagues has hit on this, even those who disagree. The most important factor here is that there is intentionality in prioritizing young people and even older people who have had tough times from our disadvantaged neighborhoods have real opportunity for the first time in their life. And it's not that the non-union doesn't do it. It's just that the evidence is clear that on the trade side, they do it much more. The success is there. The numbers, 2,000 to 300 in Sacramento County, Don't we have the right and the obligation to expect greater outcomes for our neighborhoods and our people in exchange for public dollars? I urge a no vote on the substitute and an aye vote on the main motion. Please call the roll on the substitute motion to delay this action for 1 week. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashby?
You're an aye. On the substitute.
Yes. Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Nay.
Councilmember Carr?
No.
Councilmember Jennings?
Nay.
Councilmember Guerra?
No.
Councilmember Schneer? And Mayor Steinberg?
No. Okay, the motion is defeated, 6-3. Now the main motion, as made by Councilmember Carr, as amended and seconded. Let's call the roll on the main motion, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby? Yes. Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Carr? Aye. Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Schneer? Absolutely. And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. That passes 7-2. The motion passes. Thank you to everyone. If you could, thank you all very much. Thank you all for coming and your patience. And on both sides of the argument, if you could file out, please, and we have a little more business to do. Okay.
Commission appointment to announce too. I could do that.
Why don't you announce that now, please? Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I do have a board and commission appointment to announce. The following people were appointed to the Sacramento Youth Commission for District 2, Oscar Chavez and Teresa Flores.
Okay, those appointments are made. Gotta go. No worries, thank you. Okay, if we could, why don't we take 2 minutes? It's okay. We're gonna, no, 2 minutes informal recess. We're gonna sit here, though. We're gonna recess informally for 2 minutes, okay? Thank you. Noel, we've got 7 members of the... Okay, I'm sorry. Good night. Tell him hello. Okay. Public comment on items not on the agenda. We do have a few speakers. Go ahead.
I do have a few speakers: Cynthia Kay, Elizabeth McDaniel, then Patrick Bankert.
Okay, are those 3 speakers here?
Ms. Kay and Ms. McDaniel are.
Ms. Kay and Ms. McDaniel. Okay. Ms. Kay, please. Okay, take your time. Get the door. Welcome to you.
I brought copies of these for each of you.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I brought copies of this for each of you.
Okay.
I just want to inform the council, if their solution to senior homelessness is SSHH, Sacramento Self-Help Housing, which has Grant Homes, they're sadly mistaken. I have just recently moved out of one after enduring massive abuse. They promised me meals. I didn't get meals. I was told that they couldn't supply anything without salt. I wasn't asking for anything. I was asking anything major. I was asking for salads. They couldn't do that. I was asking that they uphold the rules that they give us, and they told me they couldn't help me with it. I was verbally abused, then finally had to leave when I was physically abused by one of the other people. I was sent to urgent care, or I got to urgent care, and managed to make a connection with someone else to help. Senior citizens are ill-treated. I had to have my pastors go with me to get my things, and I didn't get all of them. I'm supposed to be able to get them for 14 days after leaving. I can guarantee you I'm going to see none of those. They will be stolen like everything else around there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kate. Next speaker is Elizabeth McDaniel, Patrick Bankert, Nikki Jones, and then Robert Copeland. Ms. McDaniel?
Ms. McDaniel, please. Wait, please, ma'am.
Oh, someone left the phone here. Okay, for months now, and I've been coming before this council telling my story, specifically regarding the systematic networking assault against the residents here in the state capital of California, Sacramento, to make folks homeless. As you know, last Tuesday, 7 days ago, I was illegally locked out of my apartment because a bogus unlawful detainer was granted based on forged documents. Please note that particular document I sent to you, the summons that I acquired from Legal Aid, Northern California. A summons was served to a Jane Doe 5'7". That's not me. No one lives with me. My question is, what judge would even consider granting an unlawful detainer with such bogus, half-baked information? My name is the only name on the lease, and I have a doggy. Consider this: the systematic part of the assault is the manipulation of computers and to destroy folks' medical documentation. The occulted gang members are tampering with folks' vehicles so that after you've been made homeless illegally, they want to make sure that you have no way to maneuver to get your business handled, to fight for what is right. They hinder you. The networking, the good old boy, the old school, good old boy, good old girl network, calling in favors from a friend throughout the city, county, and state. As someone told me to leave the state of California when I was leaving Modesto 4 years ago, I asked why, and the reply was, Elizabeth, it's an organization. My steps are ordered by God, so I didn't fear and remained here and landed in Sacramento. District 3, you've remained silent here, but have wreaked havoc in other ways against me. District 5, you tried to send an olive branch for Reliant Management, but it wasn't time. Now is the time. Rent, case in point, rent was paid and accepted in June, $800, as I informed the council. I'm at the end. I'm at the end.
I'm sorry, your time is complete.
May I please just finish the
Have to wrap up.
Okay,
ma'am.
I will.
It's late.
Okay, I informed I was no longer wish to live at Point Natomas, and I would appreciate if you guys just unlock my door.
Ma'am,
just unlock
that's
my
enough.
door.
Ma'am, we're happy to meet with you outside. That's enough.
Could
Thank
someone
you.
meet with me afterwards?
Yes, we'll make sure that somebody from
Okay,
the staff
because
can.
Jeff
Thank you.
Harris-
That's enough.
Yeah,
Next,
he's
please.
never met
Is
with me.
Patrick
Next,
Bankert.
please.
All right.
Is Mr. Bankert still here? And then Nikki Jones, and then Robert Copeland.
Nikki's not here. Next.
Patrick Bankert here?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Steinberg and City Council. The problem of electromagnetic weapons being used on innocent Americans is a complex problem, and I'm certain that open dialogues like this bring us closer to solutions that work for all of us. In 1960, biologist Alan Frey was contacted by a radar technician who claimed he could hear the radar. Frey established that microwave radiation from the radar and other sources can be heard by human beings. The hearing, however, doesn't happen via normal sound waves perceived through the ears. It occurs in the brain itself. As microwaves interact with the brain cells, Frey proved that many deaf people can hear microwave radiation. This phenomenon is known as the microwave auditory effect, which occurs when people are in close proximity to microwave emissions. At the time of Frey's discovery, no technology was available to send crystal clear audible words via microwaves, but the possibility was there, and since 1960, technology has been explored according to patents, and technology has been used that make it possible to speak words directly into a person's mind according to military documents. Motivated by a desire to preserve unity of self, of individuals, of families, of communities, of Sacramento, our home, I share with you my solemn request to foresee, to take action, to prevent further tragedies, to counter the abuse and torture on innocent people. That is what I'm asking you to support. The plain fact of the matter is, to be victimized by those who use electromagnetic weapons comes close to the definition of rape, and non-lethal weapons are slow kill weapons. Electromagnetic weapons are capable of causing disturbances of the brain that are used to abuse innocent people, and some are being tortured. I know this because I am one of those victims. Ways must be found to produce the greatest good for this minority and for the greater good in the shortest period of time. I conclude with a motion that the City Council might support a new resolution, though I doubt it will happen tonight, yet as I have reason to believe this is a point of the greatest difficulty, I have no hesitation to declare that I have but one ambition in mind for this very perilous time in our city and our nation's history, and that is a resolution to ban space-based weapons over Sacramento airspace.
Thank you, Mr. Bankert. Is Nikki Jones here? And Robert Copeland, then Dr. Sin Marie Daniel.
I'm going to finish my comments from the housing town hall meeting of last week because of the filibustering of the city council members. I think we should have been had comments before the city council deliberated and talked to the, because you would have got a lot of the information from us asking questions. One, on the Housing Trust Fund, how are you going to fund it? I don't hear an answer to that. I don't think Measure U is going to do it because of the other demands on that money from the police, the libraries, the pensions, if they go that route, or the other activities. So I'm going to vote no on Measure U. Because I think it's a recessive tax against the poor. The best income is taxed by jobs. You go to the, let's say if somebody gets hired, they pay you tax money. Are you listening, Mayor Steinberg?
Yes.
The best tax revenue is a good paying job. Mm-hmm. And as far as I belong to the Sacramento Tenants Union, I don't want to see no more Cedar Ridges like it did when they uncovered that. I thought that was deplorable what those landlords did to those tenants. So no more of that. The Sacramento Tenants Union will fight against any landlord that is against tenant rights. And I'm going to vote yes on as Prop 1, 2, and 10 against Measure U. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sin Marie Daniel. I don't believe she's here. Alexander Clark, Michael Voy, and then Suix Columbine. Mr. Clark? Okay, Michael Voy. And then Suix Column. I did call Mr. Clark. He didn't move.
I just want to comment on the PLA that you just passed. There's some things about that people were troubled with. They were troubled with the idea of this 4-core employee. And that's very troubling for me as well. Because what you do is, what about all these people that came up here and said that they wouldn't have a job, that have a job now, because they work for a non-union contractor? The contractor gets the job, but they have to go through the union to get a job, and maybe they won't have the seniority. That's an issue. The other issue is when you do that, you make them pay $8 to get the job. They have to pay $8 an hour to have the job, okay? Now, you could have there's a couple of ways around this. You could raise the $1 million minimum up to 4 or 5, where these smaller companies could do work and people could keep their jobs without that. But you just skinned some workers for $8, and I think I know where part of that goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voy. Mr. Clark, did you want to speak? And then following Mr. Clark is Suix.
So I just want to keep the original agenda, at head and make it important that U.S. City Council members should have no problem with holding any of your fellow officers accountable for what they have done, and what they continue to do even after the fact that Stephon Clark is dead. I've been targeted by a few of your officers on an everyday basis, where they sit there and they say derogatory term shit to me. They sit there and they call me by my last name. They sit there and make jokes. And I don't necessarily see anything at all funny at all. You know what I'm saying? In regards of how they can care of themselves, you know? And my thing is, I feel like them as officers, they should help, they should continue to be held responsible, you know, for any action that they have done, even after the fact of Stephon Clark being dead, you know? And my thing is, I'm tired of being targeted by your fucking police officers.
Please.
I'm tired. You feel what I'm saying? I'm tired of being followed. I'm tired of being looked at as I'm some type of drug dealer, which I'm not. I'm a political activist. That stands for black liberation. You know what I'm saying? That's an advocate for homeless people, you know? And all I've seen since I've been here in Sacramento is you fucking your own people over.
Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying?
Please don't use profanity.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. You know, I'm just speaking freely.
Make your point
and my
without
thing is,
using
okay,
the
just shut up. Just shut up. Let me talk. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, you know, I don't fear none of y'all as city council members. And like I said, I feel like y'all as people need to, you know what I'm saying, figure out something. Figure out some type of game plan for every individual here in Sacramento. You know, and stop lying to your people.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying? And start telling the truth, man, because honesty's gonna get you a long way.
Okay.
You know, and yeah, that's all I gotta say. As far as anything else, justice for Stephon Clark, and I'm just gonna keep it like that. BLM.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, Suix?
Last person?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm here to talk a little bit about the taxes that you guys have with the cannabis. Just to let you know, it's kind of racketeering that you're charging medical patients to go into medical cannabis collectives that we all worked really hard to get. And the patients are walking in using their recommendations and being charged absorbent amount of taxes. They're not honoring our recommendations, and they're telling us, who are very uneducated in these collectives, that our recommendations don't hold any weight. Now we're treated just like any other adult user, and we're not adult users. The taxes are I bought a $50 bottle of cream. It cost almost $14 in taxes. You have no idea that I'm paying a business tax. I'm not a business owner. I don't think I should have to pay for a tax that the city collects on my Social Security. I think it's racketeering, and I think the federal government won't like it because it's a Scheduled I drug. I think you guys need to reconsider these issues with these taxes. Measure U. What happened to the other money you got from that? There are so many taxes that are going through the city council lately, and so many things that you guys don't have any accountability for what's really happening. You really need to look at this before something really bad happens.
Okay.
So I would ask that you consider about these taxes for the cannabis community. Separate medical cannabis from adult use, please. We're not drinking liquor. We're medical patients, and some of us are dying. That's all we ask. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your patience and
Well,
for
I'll just
coming
say
tonight.
The tax on medical cannabis has not changed since 2010.
Oh, yes, it has.
The city tax has not changed. It's 4%. It's been 4% since 2010.
No,
excuse me, I'm just answering your question.
Wait.
There's state taxes. Yeah.
Actually, you should go to a collective as a patient and see what happens. You can shake your head all you want. You have no idea, and you were actually not seated when this cannabis ordinance and stuff was going through. I remember a long time ago. I don't think half you guys were here.
Ma'am, ma'am, we got the point. We appreciate it, okay? If there's nothing else to come before the city council this evening. Yes, sir, Mr. Harris.
City Manager, I've been talking to Alberto Ayala of the Air District, and I have a request that we look into banning leaf blowers during Spare the Air days. We have a lot of data that shows that adding more particulate matter to the air on days when there's already alert from PM 2.5 is bad for everybody's health. So I would ask you to work with Dr. Ayala to bring back a proposal
Please.
For that, to Lawn Ledge, please.
I like that idea. Okay. Is there anything else to come before the city council? Thank you for a productive evening. We're adjourned.